Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs. Welcome back to the Circuit International d'Onnay-le-Bois here in beautiful Normandy, just outside the lovely town of Essay here in France. It is a glorious Sunday morning here, and we are getting ready for the first finals of the 2020 IAME Euro Series season in Mini, Junior and Senior X30 after a thrilling day of race action yesterday. Hello to you all. Jake Sanson here once again as we get ourselves ready for some spellbinding entertainment over the course of the day's action. For those who were not available to join us yesterday or who are otherwise engaged, we can talk you through some of the action over the course of yesterday. The man on form in the Mini X30 category heading into today is without a shadow of a doubt Leo Robinson. 3 races and 3 heat wins over the course of Saturday. And he's been absolutely fantastic over the course of it all. Considering he started the qualifying sessions having been 8th fastest overall, he has converted it into a absolutely unbeaten Saturday. The men who are chasing him are 2 newbies to the world of the IAME Euro Series, Cathal Clark and Finn McLaughlin, who are really starting to show their abilities in the Euro Series paddock. And they are doing a fine job of it. Alex Martinez in 4th place after yesterday's performances. Clement Outran and Tiziano Kuznini towards the top 5 all the way through the weekend, as well as the young Dutchman Sacha van Padbosch and Adrian Benito of Spain. Others to watch out for, almost certainly likely to be Louis Leveau and Thomas Strauven, the Dane and the Belgian respectfully. There is a great X30 Junior race coming up. Fortunately, the grid for that pre-final is already set. After yesterday's encounters where we saw Ruben Volt go unbeaten across the junior heats, his closest opposition is Bart Harrison and Oliver Greenall. Those are the 2 main challenges to his crown at the moment. Santiago Valve and the Japanese driver Kanato Lee are not far away, with Paul Cayos, Freddie Spindler and Dan Ginchard giving chase. And Marcus Lizio and Hevelin Neradini also firmly in the top 10 for that race. It was also an unbeaten run in the qualifying heats yesterday in Senior X30 for Callum Bradshaw. 4 races and 4 wins after pole position in time qualifying. So he is the favourite for the opening round of the IAME Euro Series. But the likes of his countrymen Harry Platten and Guy Cunnington are giving serious chase, along with the Frenchman Enzo Levesque and the Italian Alessandro Serenetti. There are a few others waiting in the wings to take the crown away. The Spanish drivers, Philippe Vava and Ruben Moya, and the French hero, Dylan Leger, who was only robbed of a front row starting position on the grid by a technical infringement in his 3rd heat that meant he failed to start the race. Caden McQueen and Jordan Brown-Nutley are also waiting in the wings for a great opportunity to challenge. However, the first order of business today is the second chance heat, and that will see 10 drivers compete for the remaining 6 places on the starting grid. These are the 10 that have had the poorest of luck over the course of yesterday, and 6 drivers of them are going to make their way through to the proceedings. So it's going to be an interesting and fabulous battle for the competitors. Thomas Behrman will line up on pole position for it, with the Spanish star Bosco Arias lining up alongside him on the grid. Matt Corby will be there in 3rd position on the grid alongside the Frenchman Oscar Gouchot. And then we have Lucas Barret and Louis Cochet, who are together on the 3rd row of the starting grid, from Jason Bralich and Billy Jordan van Staveren, the 2 Dutch drivers. And then Switzerland's Hector Gerling will be 9th on the grid alongside the French star Thomas Pradier. So it'll be an interesting one for the drivers here, and obviously they've got a very exciting battle ahead of them. This is their last chance to get into the race itself. 4 of them will have to make do with the fact that they have been very impressive over the course of the weekend. And I have to say, in the current circumstances with the world situation, it has been really impressive to see everybody coping so well against the difficulties that are presented to us. But everybody has been here in fine form. They have worn their masks, which are, of course, mandatory and compulsory around the circuit, no matter where they are. And they have made very supportive over the course of the days. And we are here on finals day. 7 laps ahead of us for the X30 Minis. A reminder to all of the spectators and all of the mechanics and engineers around the circuit, you must wear your masks at all times. It is mandatory, it is compulsory, so do please make sure you are doing so. No matter where you are on the circuit, even if you are outside, you still need to make sure you are wearing them. I am in the commentary box, so I don't see why anybody else shouldn't. So a fabulous opportunity for the drivers to go to battle. 16 degrees air temperature. As you can see, if you were watching yesterday, it's definitely a lot more beautiful and clear a sky than it was yesterday. And we are ready for the action. They only get 7 laps of the course to get under their belts, but obviously these are the most important 7 laps of the 10 drivers on the grid's weekend. They've got to get in to still be in competition. Thomas Behrmann on pole position from Bosco Arias, and then Matt Corby and Oscar Gouchot from Lucas Barai and Louis Cochet, then Jason Bralich, Billy Jordan van Staveren, Hector Gerling and Thomas Pradier. Now, watching the drivers as they head out on circuit, I noticed that there are only 9 of them and not 10. The one that is missing is the 915 of Oscar Gouchot. So Oscar Gouchot appears not to be on the circuit, which is unfortunate. From the second row of the grid, he had a good chance of getting through. Now Oscar Gouchot is out on the circuit, so a delayed start for him. Hopefully, he should be able to get back onto the circuit. They obviously have an out lap and then a formation lap. If he is able to recover his position before the red line on the end of the circuit, which is marked by the 2 cones on the exit of the penultimate corner, then he should be able to get himself back into his starting grid position. So Thomas Behrmann and Bosco Arias will be the drivers that run around at the front end of the field for this one. Matt Corby in 3rd on the grid. Should he be able to retake his position on the starting line, it will be Oscar Gouchot, although he is a long way back, it has to be said. And then in 5th and 6th on the grid, it is the pair of French racers, Lucas Barret and Louis Cochet, who is the nephew of the very successful GT and single-seater racer Jonathan Cochet. And then we have the 7th and 8th positions on the starting grid are the Dutchman Jason Bralich and Billy Jordan van Staveren. And at the back of the field, it is Hector Gerling and Thomas Pradier. Now the field is starting to form up. Thomas Behrmann for the KR Sports Squad on the inside line, and then it is the Kart Republic España driver Bosco Arias who is there on the front row of the starting grid. And you'll be able to see Ivan Arias out in the junior race a little bit later on, as the family from Spain have 2 young guns in their awning nowadays. Oscar Gouchot, I'm afraid, is going to be starting about a lap or so behind. The start has been delayed. It is an aborted start. So a false start is called, and that is good news for Oscar Gouchot. He needs to keep going in order to catch up to the rest of the field, because then there is a chance, obviously, that he'll be able to catch up to the rest of the field and get back into his position. But it's not a guarantee, of course. So Thomas Behrmann is hoping to follow in the footsteps of older brother Oliver, who has been a superstar within the IAME Euro Series paddock of recent times. He was last year's IAME Euro Series junior title winner, and of course won the Valencia Winter Cup back in February in the senior category, his first weekend as a senior. So Thomas Behrmann has obviously got some very important role models within his team and within his family, of course, that he can aspire to emulate. But Thomas Behrmann with a good chance here to showcase what he can do alongside Bosco Arias on the grid. Matt Corby is there in 3rd. Oscar Gouchot doing his very best to catch up to the pack, but I think he's just going to miss out on this occasion, and there's not really a lot that can be done about that. So as they come up to the red line, Gouchot will have to just continue on at the back end of the field. As the field comes around, Behrmann, Arias, Corby, Barai, Cochet, Bralich and van Staveren. Is this going to be a good start? It is. And we're away. Thomas Behrmann with an absolute textbook getaway to the first corner. Bosco Arias immediately trying to take on and get past him, which he has done. Into the first couple of hairpins. There's a yellow flag as we have a spin at the back of the field. Couldn't quite see who that was that went the off there. I think it was the 976 just losing a bit of ground. That was Lucas Barret, but he has managed to get himself back into contention. So from the start, it is Bosco Arias who gets the best getaway, and the Kart Republic Spain driver has popped through into the position. I think that is the 975 in 2nd position. That is Louis Cochet, who has made a terrific start. So he now works his way onto the back of Bosco Arias. In 3rd place, that is Thomas Behrmann. Up the inside comes Behrmann. For 2nd place in the hairpin and gets through. So a nice move there from Behrmann, and that puts him into 2nd position. Now charging after the race leader, Bosco Arias, as they come out of the final turn and over the start-finish line. It's going to be a really interesting race from here on in, but there is Bosco Arias from Behrmann, Cochet. Then it is Thomas Pradier from the back of the grid. Billy Jordan van Staveren is in 5th position at the moment from Lucas Barret as up the inside. That's a big bold lunge for 6th position, as Barret is going to lose out there to Hector Gerling. Hector Gerling gets through into the 6th position spot, and that is the most important spot in this race. 6th position is the last chance for the drivers to get into the race. So Hector Gerling taking over that 6th position spot, and it's crucial that he keeps it. So the top 5 are pulling clear. Arias, Behrmann, Cochet, Pradier and van Staveren. So they are getting away in this second chance heat, and that is good news for all 5 of them. But these are the 4, possibly 5 drivers when Oscar Gouchot is able to catch them up, who have a chance of breaking into that last place on the grid. But the battle for 4th is going quite well. Thomas Pradier versus the new boy at Fusion Motorsport. That is the Dutchman, Billy Jordan van Staveren. Here comes van Staveren up the inside to try and have a look at 4th position. Not going to make the move there on Thomas Pradier. There is a chance into turn 2 if he wants to go for it, but he's not quite going to make that one stick. So Bosco Arias continues to lead the charge, but Behrman now making his move on the inside in the hairpin, and Behrman takes the lead. So Behrman gets through just as Pradier gets the move on Cochet. Cochet still trying to fight it out, and he loses ground down to 5th position, and through comes Billy Jordan van Staveren into 3rd place. So Van Staveren is now in 3rd position. Good bit of racecraft from the 2 drivers there as they managed to get their way past a little bit of a hesitation from Louis Cochet, and that was all that they needed. Now Hector Gerling is closing in on them, and this could be an interesting battle in the top 6. Up the inside again comes Pradier. Pradier going to try and make the move on Van Staveren and gets through, as does Cochet. And Van Staveren tries to hold back on the inside line. Can't do it. Hector Gerling gets through into 5th place now. So Billy Jordan Van Staveren in 6th position, in danger of losing it to Lucas Barai. So Lucas Barai is still there as Bosco Arias takes back the lead. So Arias is back in the lead of the race in front of Thomas Behrman. So he recaptures 1st position. Good move from the Spaniard into turn 1. So Bosco Arias is back into the lead of the second chance heat in front of Thomas Behrman. And then we have Pradier in front of Cochet. In 5th place is Hector Gerling. In 6th is Billy Jordan van Staveren. And in 7th place, Lucas Barai. And then we have Matt Corby in front of Jason Bralich and Oscar Gouchot, who is not giving up. He's still charging to try and catch up to the 3 or 4 karts in front. So this is a tough moment for Billy Jordan van Staveren. Now down to 6th position when he had a clear gap over the driver in 6th place. Now he's got pressure from Lucas Barai, who is going to try his best to move up the order. And Lucas Barai looking for his move on the inside of Van Staveren. But Billy Jordan van Staveren is keeping his nerve at the moment in 6th position as the 3 karts in front battle over 3rd place. Pradier, Cochet and Gerling, who sets the fastest lap of the race, the Swiss driver. The 2 leaders are still together. Gerling's making his bid up the inside for 4th position, and Gerling gets there. So Hector Gerling into 4th position now, the Swiss driver. Good run from Gerling. He's looking good to get through to this final 6. But now Behrman back in front of Arias, and Arias is going to take the lead back again from Thomas Behrman. Those 2 still squabbling for the lead of the race. They're having fun as they duel away for the race victory, and Bosco Arias is back into the lead once more. So Thomas Behrman having taken the lead back from Bosco Arias. There, look, Arias has got back through on Behrman. And they're going to be battling like this all the way to the finish, the way things currently go. But the race has only got 2 more laps left in it. You've got to say, fair credit to Oscar Gouchot, who at the back of the field is still pushing, still trying to catch up to the karts in front. Even though it's looking like a losing battle, he will not give up, he will not give way. And he is still going to try right to the end. Cochet now in 3rd position in front of Hector Gerling. He runs a little bit deep in turn 1. Gerling doesn't go for the overtake as Cochet defends the position. So Arias still leads the way from Behrman. Those 2 are safe, and now Gerling gets up the inside of Cochet and gets through into 3rd position. So Hector Gerling getting past Louis Cochet, and now we have in 5th place still Thomas Pradier in front of Billy Jordan van Staveren. So Van Staveren still looking for a way to come back into 5th position, but the 3rd place battle is tightening up, and it's only going to get more ferocious from here with a lap and a half to go in this second chance heat. So Gerling back into 3rd position, Cochet down to 4th, Pradier in 5th. Is there going to be enough space to come through? No, because Gerling's going to hold the inside line. Cochet has to try and go for a tighter line round the outside to get a good switchback for the right-hander. Up into the final turn. And out in front, it's Arias versus Behrman in the final lap. Arias is defending the inside line as they come down the main straight. Behrman is getting much closer to him, though. So Gerling running in 3rd position. Cochet is in 4th place. Pradier in 5th. Billy Jordan van Staveren in 6th. And Lucas Barai is right there in 7th place. And Billy Jordan van Staveren knows it. So there's 5 drivers squabbling over the last 4 places in the pre-final. Bosco Arias is still defending the lead of the race, but Thomas Behrman doesn't even need to pass him to get through to the final. He just needs to keep himself in a good position in 2nd place. That will more than do. Billy Jordan van Staveren holding this advantage now over Lucas Parai, but Parai knows that this is his last chance. He's only got 3 corners before his chances end. Behrman is trying on Bosco Arias to take the lead. Arias is holding firm, and van Staveren is having a look to try and go past Pradier, but I don't think he needs to. He's still got Lucas Parai behind. He hasn't quite been able to make the overtake as the checkered flag flies, and it's Bosco Arias just in front of Thomas Behrman, and then it is a delighted Hector Gerling who fought his way back from the back row of the grid to 3rd position. Cochet is in 4th, from Pradier in 5th, and Billy Jordan van Staveren gets the last place in the race in 6th position. For Barai, Corby, Bralic and Gouchot, it is unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to them as far as their continued progression in the pre-final and final are concerned. Billy Jordan van Staveren there, managing to grab 6th position. Should that stand, he will get through. But Bosco Arias is 1st, Thomas Behrman in 2nd, and an absolutely elated and ecstatic Hector Gerling finishing in 3rd place, having started from the back row of the grid. Louis Cochet is 4th from Thomas Pradier and Billy Jordan van Staveren. If it stays like that, those 6 are the ones that progress. Then Lucas Parai, Matt Corby, Jason Bralic and Oscar Gouchot, the 4 drivers there, sadly, unable to continue with the weekend. But a fabulous performance and a really exciting second chance heat there. We have a little bit of a time gap before we come to the next race, which is our X30 Senior second chance heat. That will be taking place at approximately 10:50 local time. So in just under half an hour from now, we will return to the circuit at 10:45 local time so that we can build up to the drama and intrigue that will be that second chance heat. We welcome you back to the Circuit International Donnay-le-Bois here in France as we continue with the IAME Euro Series opening season weekend here in the 2020 season in the beautiful Normandy countryside, just a stone's throw away from the Circuit de Duc Rallycross circuit and an hour north of Le Mans in the Circuit de la Sarthe. This is an absolutely fantastic opportunity for the youngsters and the stars of tomorrow to put on an absolutely fantastic show for all of us here in the grandstands at Donnay-le-Bois. This is an absolutely wonderful opportunity to see these guys put on a good show for all of the people watching, not just here at the circuit, but also around the world via our live streams. And we are very excited to see how the X30 Senior Second Chance Heat is going to fare next. Once again, as we saw with the X30 Mini race earlier on, it's only the first 6 drivers across the finish line that will progress through to the pre-finals and final later on. And pole position for this one is the French racer Luna Claret. She will be on pole position, having only just missed out on a place in the top 30 due to her solid consistency yesterday. Alongside her on the grid will be her countryman Francois Delatti, and the 2 French drivers will take the front row of the grid. Sean Butcher is next up, having been very fast in qualifying, but very unlucky over the course of yesterday's encounters. Jordan Rupnel will be on the outside of the second row of the grid. Eloy Gonzalez of Spain will be alongside his countryman Jaime Sanz on the third row of the grid to complete the top 6. So those 3 rows are obviously exactly in the position they wanted to be. Maxime Jean and Nicolas Baptiste will be on the 4th row of the grid, the Frenchman and the Colombian, and then Abdi Naji, the Algerian, will be on row 5 alongside the Swiss ace Nathan Neuhaus. Then we have the 2 Spanish racers, Samuel Figueras and Hugo Natarel, and then it is Tom Vidal and Pierre Mochalski, the 2 French drivers, on row 7. Pierre-Albert Vuzela will line up on row 8 alongside the Swedish driver Joel Ederdal, who had all sorts of nightmares yesterday. And at the very back of the grid, in 17th position, it is Imre Hagedorn Jr., the Dutchman, who will take up his position on the 9th row alone, as the likes of Manuel Galofre and Carly Atkins were unable to attend, although were placed on the original entry list. Several people, of course, wanted to be there but were unable to attend. I've just had a wonderful message from Jennifer Gilbert, who, of course, is the mother of Lewis Gilbert, one of our most popular members of the paddock, who unfortunately was not able to attend this weekend. They were planning to with the Persistence Motorsport crew, but such a shame that we couldn't have our very popular friend Lewis Gilbert here this weekend. We wish you all the very best, and hopefully in time for Valencia, the second round of the series, which will be at the tail end of August, where we welcome your return. It will be really, really exciting to see that all take place. For now, though, we are here obviously in the beautiful Normandy countryside on a day that was filled with drama yesterday and all sorts of thrills and spills along the way, notably due to the weather on many occasions, as it seemed to be very changeable over the course of yesterday. Looking at the weather forecast today, I can see some clouds in the sky, but as far as I've been told, there is no rain expected over the course of the day, and temperatures should climb to a dizzy height of 26 degrees in the area, which will be a much hotter day than we saw yesterday. Obviously, it was a very tricky day at the office on Saturday, because every time it started raining, it then stopped again, and every time it stopped, it started raining again. If you can make heads or tails of that, then I'm sure you can understand how complex and difficult the race day was yesterday. There was no question which tyre to be on throughout the entirety of yesterday. That was obviously slicks, because it never quite got wet enough to make the change to wet tyres, but it certainly made the track surface very interesting at times, and several drivers got caught out over the course of the day. Some even managed to get caught out on their way to the pre-grid, with a few drivers unfortunately unable to take the start of a couple of races, including notably Sean Butcher, who will line up 3rd on the grid for this second chance heat. He is one of the favourites for it, but will have to start behind the pole sitter Luna Claret in order to get there, and the Praga driver will be beside Francois Delatti. 2 very talented French racers there in Claret and Delatti, who will take up the front row of the grid, but are unable to move and make further progress from that front row of the grid until they have completed the preceding 13 laps of racing. The second chance heat, of course, 15.795 kilometers in length. And up to this point, it has been the longest race of the weekend in the X30 Seniors Brigade. But obviously, when we get to the pre-finals, which are coming up after this race, which will set the grid for the finale. That's when we'll really start to see some proper long-distance races. But obviously these sprints are the ones that showcase us and start the ball rolling. Hello to all those of you who are watching, wherever you are watching from around the world, be it anywhere in Europe, the Americas, all across Asia, Africa, and Australasia as well. It is great to have your company, and we are very excited to continue our race day here at Aulnay-le-Bois. The carts come out onto the circuit for the formation laps. So let's run you through the grid one more time. Luna Claret and Francois Delati on the front row from Sean Butcher and Jordan Rupnel. On the third row, it is Eloy Gonzalez and Jaime Sanz from Maxime Jean and Nicolas Baptiste. Abdi Nagy and Nathan Neuhaus from Samuel Figueras and Hugo Nataril. Then Tom Vidal, Pierre Michalski, Pierre-Albert Fusela, Joel Ededal, and Imre Hagedorn Jr., the 17 drivers that complete the grid, as Manuel Galofre and Colin Atkins were unable to attend. So the drivers will continue their way around the circuit. This first out lap, of course, is basically a sighting lap. And then the second time around is the official formation lap. They will warm up their tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature, and at the end of the lap they will form up in their 2 rows in order to greet the drivers around. We will obviously be in a strong formation around the course, and everybody will be ready for a strong battle. Luna Claret will take up her place on the pole position, though, on the front of the grid as she bids to continue her journey through. Great to see so many people already starting to flock to the grandstands. Do, of course, remember, though, that the face masks are mandatory. They must be worn at all times. With Luna Claret and Francois Delati on the front row of the grid for this one, from the Australian Sean Butcher, who nowadays resides in London, England. Jordan Rupnel in the second row of the grid alongside him. Eloy Gonzalez and Jaime Sanz, the 2 Spanish drivers. And then Maxime Jean and Nicolas Baptiste, the Colombian, from the Algerian superstar Abdi Nagy, and Nathan Neuhaus, the Swiss. Then Figueras and Nataril, the 2 Spaniards, one for Kart Republic, the other for Praga. And then Tom Vidal and Pierre Michalski. Looks to me as though Hugo Nataril and Pierre Michalski have not actually taken to the grid for this one. Clearly feeling that they're not going to have the best chance of moving forward. Pierre-Albert Fusela, Joel Ededal, and Imre Hagedorn Jr. are in the grid, though. So it looks as though we'll have a grand total of 15 of the drivers contesting 6 places out of the final turn. That's a brilliant start, and away we go. Luna Claret. Oh, and it's already an incident to the first corner. 2 or 3 carts coming together, unfortunately. And that's the most pandemonic start that we've had so far this weekend. That is Jordan Rupnel in big trouble, desperately trying to get the cart back onto the circuit again. Looks as though we lost 2 or 3 in that one. Big drama at the first corner. Luna Claret is now trying to wrestle with Sean Butcher coming around the outside of Claret to take the lead. Absolutely phenomenal. And the Spaniard going through as well, Eloy Gonzalez, as Jordan Rupnel's chances are dashed completely. Also out is Maxime Jean. Several drivers down the order. Francois Delati got caught up in that one. I think Delati and Rupnel were trying to move further forward, kicking the grass as he walks away. Jordan Rupnel, a great chance to move forward, completely dashed at the first turn. What a disaster for Jordan Rupnel as the field completes that one, and it's Butcher in front of Gonzalez and Claret. Abdi Nagy has come through in 4th position now in front of Sam Figueras and Jaime Sanz as Claret tries her best to hold on to that 3rd position spot with a lot of jostling and jockeying for position already. Is up to 4th place. Abdi Nagy is still hanging on in there in front of Sam Figueras. The rest of the field coming through. Oh, and that looked like a little bit of a spit out there from one of the drivers down the order. That's Imre Hagedorn Jr. losing ground and dropping down to 13th position, having already made up a few places. But we've got 2 drivers off down there. It's Maxime Jean and Jordan Rupnel. So big disaster for the drivers. It was Francois Delati who has got going again, but is now down in 11th position in front of Pierre-Albert Fusela. So Francois Delati desperately trying to move his way forward through the field once more in the pack, but Gonzalez has Luna Claret bearing down on him. And then in 4th place, Figueras has got past Abdi Nagy. In 6th place is the Praga of Jaime Sanz. But Joel Ededal is closing up, and he had a very strange day at the office yesterday. His wheel actually overtook him at one point and covered more of the race distance than he was able to. So the Swede is trying to bounce back from that ignominious defeat yesterday. So the battle out in front. Sean Butcher is well clear, but Eloy Gonzalez and Luna Claret are about to get into the battle for 2nd position. Is Claret going to make the chance? I thought Gonzalez was going to leave the door a little open there, but they just about get away without incident. Very tight battles all the way through this field. There are only 6 places available in the pre-final, so they all have to push hard to make sure it happens. It's going to be an interesting battle throughout, but Butcher is long gone in the second chance heat. He's out in front. Second place is up for grabs, though, and Gonzalez has got pressure from Luna Claret, who knows the circuit very well indeed, and she is going to push her might into the battle. As she closes out of the right-hand hairpin, she'll now climb up the hill and pursue Gonzalez for second place. Claret going very well here, to be fair. And she is going quicker than Gonzalez, as Sean Butcher has already put a fastest lap or 2 in. Luna Claret looking for an opportunity to get past Gonzalez. If she can get back into second place, that more than sorts her position out. And she's going for it with some assistance from the Kart Republic of Sam Figueras. So Claret is through, and Figueras gets through as well. So second and third now, the 2 drivers, as Claret gets into second and Figueras gets into third. There's not a lot Eloy Gonzalez can do about it. So Abdi Naji remains in 5th position, 6th place Jaime Sanz, and they're closing up on the 3 karts in front. But don't forget behind, we've got Joel Ederdal and Nathan Neuhaus. They're also trying to get into the race, don't forget. And it looks as though there's a problem for Francois Dilati down at the back of the field. That is the 315 dropping. Oh, no, sorry, it's not. It's Tom Vidal. Tom Vidal is slowing. Tom Vidal dropping to the back of the field. And I think his race is over as he brings it into the pit lane. Tom Vidal is out, unfortunately. So more problems there, and for Vidal, it is game over for the weekend. That is a shame, as Luna Claret continues to run in second place in the Praga, having been pole position originally. Sam Figueras now in second place, third is Eloy Gonzalez, and in 4th position, that is Abdi Naji from Jaime Sanz. So Sanz there in 6th position in front of Joel Ederdal, the Swede, still running a solid race, but not able to get close enough to Jaime Sanz to really challenge. He's got to hope that there's still going to be a little bit of a squabble for second down to 6th. And Nathan Neuhaus is trying to get his way into 7th position as it is. 7th place in the second chance heats is actually a very important position to be in. Sean Butcher is just dominating out in front. He clearly able to get into the lead of the race and is now just charging away. He was one of the drivers who ultimately should have made his way through the top 30, but bad luck prevented him from doing so. So Luna Claret, Sam Figueras and Eloy Gonzalez are now battling it out for second place. Butcher setting 49.4s at the moment, a long way out in front of the rest of the field. Luna Claret has just done a 49.5 to start to stretch out away from Figueras and Gonzalez, the 2 Spaniards. But Figueras is now back on terms with Luna Claret as they come up the hill. And for second position, Claret still in front of Figueras. She ducks down in the seat, trying desperately to make herself a little more aerodynamic through the back straight. Just trying to get the air resistance to be a little more in her favor as they come off the final turn. Figueras looks like he's going to threaten an opportunity for second place. Claret really wants to remain in that second place spot for as long as possible. You don't want to start losing places. Otherwise, if you lose one, you then get the likelihood of losing more and more. And then eventually down the order you will fall as Jaime Sanz has his first look at Abdi Naji. Can't get the move through on the Algerian. Tries again. The Kart Pro Racing machine drifts a little wide. Jaime Sanz looking hungry as they come down into the left-hander, and the Spaniard's going to go for it. Abdi Naji shuts the door. No way he's going to get through. And now the chance comes from Nathan Neuhaus as he nudges Jaime Sanz aside into the hairpin. I wonder if Jaime Sanz has actually got a problem with that kart, because that was very overly aggressive from Nathan Neuhaus, but I don't think that was his at fault. I think that Sanz was actually slowing and Neuhaus didn't realize he was going to be so slow. So Neuhaus comes through and into 6th position. Jaime Sanz is down to 7th. He's recovered. I wonder if Sanz trying to get the momentum back actually impeded him for a moment. As up the inside for second goes Figueras. Figueras gets the move on Claret, and Gonzalez is there as well. So Gonzalez is trying to get on the inside. Claret puts her hand in the air as if to suggest to Figueras, come on, what was that? And in 3rd position, she's still charging after Figueras, trying to make sure that Gonzalez doesn't come through. There is a decent gap to the karts behind, so they don't have to stress too much about losing ground. But in 5th place, Abdi Naji is now battling with Nathan Neuhaus. The battle for 5th position. 7th place is now Jaime Sanz from Joel Ederdal, the Swede. And then it is Pierre-Albert Fusella in front of Francois Delati, Imre Hagedorn Jr. and Nicolas Baptiste. With obviously the retirements, Tom Vidal, Jordan Rupnel and Maxime Jean. 3 Frenchmen trying to get through. 3 Frenchmen out of the race. So Sean Butcher leads the way. Here's the move from Neuhaus. Oh, and then they ended up rubbing wheels. And Neuhaus makes his move on Abdi Naji. Sanz gets through. Ederdal trying to come through as well. Neuhaus was just a little bit too eager into the second turn there. They ended up rubbing wheels, and that was enough to unsettle Abdinaji's car. That means that Joel Ededal can now come through into 7th position. Very tricky position to be in. Neuhaus has now got Jaime Sanz right on his tail. So this could be very interesting as they finish off the race distance, but the top 4 are now well clear as Jaime Sanz tries to make his move on the Swiss ace once again. But Nathan Neuhaus is very, very determined and eager. He wants to exploit every gap and opportunity he can find, and every time he finds an inside gap, he goes for it. So Jaime Sanz is right in there behind him. Is he going to make the bid for 5th position? Sanz can do a fairly good job here just by sticking with Neuhaus, because of course he is in 5th position at the moment. Neuhaus is defending the inside line for all he's worth. He's not going to let Sanz have a go. Sanz has got a good exit out of the turn though, but he decides to tuck back in behind Neuhaus. Maybe unsettle the Swiss before making his own bid as they come through the hairpin. Sanz gets a better exit, but he's not quite able to make the run into the next turn through the right-hander. I think Neuhaus has been pushing his tyres very hard indeed. Sanz looks like he might be able to make the bid for the inside line, but Neuhaus makes it a little bit, getting a little bit nudgy through these braking zones. Sanz just giving the hurry up to Neuhaus. Come on, mate, get on with it. We are trying to race here, and I don't want to get knocked out. So Neuhaus and Sanz having a terrific battle for 5th position. As again, Jaime Sanz has a look on the back of Nathan Neuhaus. You can't deny that these two are giving no quarters. Absolutely no holds barred racing between these two. A little nudge here, a little nub tap here. I think they call that in Days of Thunder rubbing, don't they? Rubbing's racing, don't they say? Up to the hairpin. And Nathan Neuhaus battling away with Jaime Sanz as they continue on their way into the right-hander. And up the crime. This is going to be an interesting battle between these two as they continue it on. If anything happens between these two, of course, the driver behind, Joel Ededal, is the one who's going to be there for the taking as Sean Butcher goes into the final lap of the race. The second place battle comes over the top of the crest. That is Figueres, Claret and Gonzalez, with Nathan Neuhaus now battling it out with Jaime Sanz over the last 2 places in the race. Last lap. So Butcher can just dance his way through to the victory, not exactly breaking a sweat. Claret wants to hang it out in front of Eloy Gonzalez. Neuhaus is absolutely resolute in his defense over Jaime Sanz as they drop down the hill for the last time. Sanz is going to try the long way round on Nathan Neuhaus. Neuhaus is going to hold the inside line. Sanz goes for the inside line, and that's a lovely move. The Spaniard takes him in the hairpin, and now Nathan Neuhaus is unsettled. There's a chance for Joel Ededal. If he can get close enough to the Swiss on the way up the climb, he might just be able to break into the race after all. And Ededal's going for it. He's not going to wait around. He makes the move. Beautiful as Butcher takes the checkered flag. Butcher wins the race. Figueres, Claret and Gonzalez in the top 6. So too is Sanz and Joel Ededal. What a comeback from the Swede. Never ever give up. You never know what's coming. And Joel Ededal fights his way into the top 6. What a hero, the Swede, who had all sorts of bad luck yesterday, has got the last gasp effort with the overtake on the final lap. And so it's Butcher, Figueres, Claret, Gonzalez, Sanz and Ededal. Absolutely terrific racing. Oh, and that's Ededal off the circuit. Ededal going off there at the hairpin. What on earth happened? So that's a bizarre incident after the flag. He just drifted off the circuit at the hairpin. I don't know whether he was aided or not, but certainly Joel Ededal going off on the touring in lap. Very strange. Sean Butcher wins the race then. Figueres in second from Claret. And then it is Gonzalez, Sanz, Ededal and Neuhaus, with Pierre-Albert Fusella in front of Imre Hagedorn Jr. And then Abdinaji dropping to 10th in the end in front of Francois Delati and Nicolas Baptiste. And then Tom Vidal, Jordan Rupnel and Maxime Jean were all out of the race, of course, as was Hugo Nataril, the Spanish driver as well. And Pierre Machalski unable to start the race. Very interesting situations and scenarios there for the drivers, but certainly Joel Ededal's fighting spirit doing an absolutely fantastic job to get into 6th position. Why on earth did he go off the circuit on the final lap, though? Oh, well, not on the final lap, I should say, on the touring in lap. That is an interesting one that will need to be investigated, whether or not he just made the mistake and drifted off, or whether someone helped him to the scene of the grass on the outside of the hairpin. I didn't quite see, but certainly Joel Ededal off the circuit on the touring in lap. Well, a fascinating battle then for each of the drivers in the second chance heats. It's given us plenty of exciting battles to talk about now, as those drivers will obviously make their progression through to the pre-finals, and we are now at that stage of the race battle. There's obviously going to be a little bit of a pause in proceedings now until the karts are lined up in position for the X30 Mini. They will be sent out onto the circuit in 5 minutes' time. So it gives me an opportunity to talk you through the drivers in position and in their starting positions as well. Pole position for the X30 Mini pre-final will be Leo Robinson, the very talented superstar from Great Britain, who has been not exactly a veteran of the IAME Euro Series Mini category, but certainly has a year of experience behind him. And that has put him onto pole position after a stellar day yesterday. He was 8th in time qualifying and didn't lose a race yesterday. He was absolutely superb, winning all 3 encounters, and very good indeed to see. On the second position of the grid, alongside him on the front row, the incredible debutant in Europe this season, Cathal Clark. He's been a solid competitor in Britain and a regular front runner, but his appearance in Europe has just been astonishing. This is only his second meeting, and he's been winning races this weekend, which is fantastic to see. Alongside Finn McLaughlin on the second row of the grid, another youngster and new boy within the IAME Euro Series paddock as a mini, who has done a fantastic job. He lines up third on the grid. Alongside him is Alex Martinez, the Spanish driver, who has a bit of experience behind him now to take with him into the IAME Euro Series. And he is there on the outside of the second row. On row 3, it is the Frenchman Clément Outran, who lines up beside the Swiss driver Tiziano Cugnini. And then it is Sascha van Padbosch, the Dutchman, who gets in behind Adrien Benito on the 4th row of the starting grid. And then Louis Leveau, the Danish driver, is 9th on the starting grid, along with Belgian driver Thomas Strauven. On the 6th row of the grid, it is Thibaut Ramakers, the Belgian, who lines up beside the local hero from just down the road, actually, Thomas Cansey in the Treffler Racing Suddy kart. He lines up in 12th position on the grid. On row 7, it is Alex O'Grady, the Irishman, who will line up alongside Edu Robinson, the young Spanish talent. On row 8 of the grid, it is Denis Coudevali, and French driver Matteo Dauvergne will line up on the 8th row alongside. On row 9, it is Jules Avril, who will take up position on the grid alongside Hugo Martiniello. And that is halfway through the grid. An incredible list of names here. On row 10, it is the Spanish driver Luna Flusha for the Praga España Motorsport team. She lines up on the grid alongside the British star Roman Kamyab, who is part of the Fusion Motorsport team and making good progress every time. Sandro Perez, the Spanish driver, has had all sorts of bad luck this weekend. His first IAME Euro Series paddock meeting outside of his native Spain. Did such a good job in Valencia, but has found the going very tough here in SA. Thibaut Gillard, the Belgian, has had all sorts of bad luck as well. He lines up 22nd on the grid for this one, but he is sure to charge his way through, so do keep an eye on his progress. And then we have, on the 12th row of the grid, Hugo Sanchez, who lines up alongside Elio Gilter. On row 13 of the grid, it is the Armenian superstar Daniel Dalakian, and he lines up alongside Portuguese driver Maria Gemanonito, and she is going to have a very solid weekend if her speed on Friday is anything to go by. There's only 2 races to go, so she's got to put up or shut up now. Mick Blankenspoor, the Dutch racer, lines up alongside the very unfortunate Spaniard Youssef Martin, who had some mechanical problems over the course of yesterday, which kept him from running at the front. Victor Galmiche lines up in 29th position on the starting grid alongside Hugo Marti, the Spanish talent. And then we have the 6 drivers who made it through from the second chance heat earlier on today. Bosco Arias, who lines up 31st on the starting grid alongside the British driver Thomas Behrman. And then we have Hector Gerling with that incredible fight back to get himself into 33rd on the grid. A great performance from the Swiss. And then alongside him will be the highly rated Frenchman Louis Cochet, who lines up 34th on the starting grid. And then the back row of the field will be filled by Frenchman Thomas Pradier and the Dutch star for Fusion Motorsport, Billy Jordan van Staveren. So that is your 36 kart grid. You're looking at the front row of the pre-grid as they are down there on the front end of the field. Leo Robinson and Cathal Clark. This is always a tricky race for the drivers over the course of a weekend, because it is normally the race where the most drivers end up on the starting grid for the first time. And obviously we've had about 20 drivers in each of the heats. We have 36 of them for this pre-final, and they will be the same 36 drivers that will take up their starting positions in the final, but obviously in a different position. So it is a very tricky race, this one. And, of course, it is the longest race that the Minis have had so far this weekend. A total of 12.15 kilometers of racing, based on the fact that it's a 10-lap race, this one. So it's obviously a little bit more physically demanding. It's a little bit more exhausting for the drivers, especially considering the uphill, down-dale nature of this circuit. The undulation changes and the varieties of camber at each corner really does make this a proper challenge for the drivers at this level. But obviously for the Minis, this is, for a lot of them, their first time out of their domestic and regional competitions and into the international scene. So a lot of these drivers are very much deers in headlights as they run around the circuit under the microscope of the live streaming and obviously the gaze of the talent scouts and those people watching out for the next big thing in motorsport. So considering the 36 drivers have obviously had it very much on their own terms over the course of the last couple of days, now they come into the spotlight with this pre-final. But the mission and the objective is the same. Do your best and hope for the decent result. But Leo Robinson and Cahal Clark have definitely been two of the stars of the weekend. They are there on the front row on merit, by deserving it, and pushing very hard indeed. It's great to see them put in such a electrifying performance over the course of the last 48 hours. Now they will get to do so for glory in the main events. The pre-final and the final, whatever happens, they should be able to take up their starts in each of the races. And they certainly have qualified now for the main event. And they can be very proud of themselves for the achievement, the 36 drivers that have lined up in position. It's not easy to cope with the pressure of such a enormous event, particularly when you are still at the tender age. I still can't quite get over the fact that a lot of these guys are all 8 to 12 years old. At the same age, I was struggling to tie my shoelaces, never mind race a kart very quickly around a racetrack. So very impressive to see what these guys can do. And the pace and the speed is absolutely phenomenal when you watch the composure and the elements of these guys putting in such a fine effort around the circuit. So it'll be Robinson and Clark on the front row of the starting grid. The drivers will be sent out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. And obviously there is a slight pause in proceedings, but the checks are being carried out around the circuit. Hopefully now we will be sent out onto the circuit very shortly. But the mini pre-final is almost upon us as the final checks are being carried out. It's been a very solid weekend for Leo Robinson. Was not the fastest driver in time qualifying, but was definitely the fastest driver yesterday, winning all 3 of his heats, having originally started the weekend as the 8th fastest driver in time qualifying. They certainly worked on setup yesterday, and whatever they changed, it certainly worked. But there were some good performances and some solid efforts yesterday as well from other minis in the field. Robinson wasn't the only driver to win races yesterday, of course. The other 3 were Clement Outram, who won the very first heat of the weekend. Cahal Clark then did a stunning job in the 3rd race for the minis. And in the 5th race for the minis, it was Finn McLaughlin who got the job done. So a very exciting battle, and it certainly gives us an indication as to the quality and the skill of the drivers. It's not just about the pole sitter. There's going to be several drivers with a chance to move forward. And so plenty of them will have a great opportunity in this race. But it's not clear-cut who's going to have the best of it. Just because Leo Robinson took 3 wins yesterday does not mean he'll be the fastest driver out there. And you can't rest on your laurels. You're obviously going to have to work very hard all the way through the race. It is a little warmer, of course, today than it was yesterday as well. So the track temperature does obviously change as a result of that. Photographers working very hard to get the best possible shots. Looks ridiculous when you're looking at them on the live stream, but I tell you what, when you see the finished product afterwards, you'll realize why they were in that position. It's great to see everybody back and obviously adhering to the social distancing measures. And it's always been really, really pleasant to see the competitors continue to push, as they always did in the IAME Euro Series. It's been a long time returning to the circuit in such a manner since we last raced up at the Internacional Lucas Guerrero circuit in Valencia, in Chiva, in Spain. But now here we are back again at the beautiful Circuit International Donnay-la-Bois. It's my first visit to the circuit, and I have to say it's been an absolute joy and a pleasure. The club have been absolutely faultless in their efforts to make sure that the race weekend runs without a hitch, and it's been an amazing place to go racing as well. The heart of motorsport in this part of the world, to be fair. We're only a stone's throw away from the Circuit du Duc Rallycross circuit, and only an hour north of the Circuit de la Sarthe itself. So this is definitely motor racing country if you are in this part of France. And no wonder that it has garnered so many incredible talents over the years, and so many great French racers have done an incredible job to get up the echelons of motorsport, including the likes of Romain Grosjean, Pierre Gasly, and of course the late great Antoine Hubert. So here's the grid for the pre-final of the minis. It is Leah Robinson and Cathal Clark from Finn McLaughlin and Alex Martinez, Clement Outram and Tiziano Cugnini, Sacha Van Bosch and Adrien Benito, Louis Leveau and Thomas Strauven from Thibaut Ramakers and Thomas Cansey, then Alex O'Grady and Edu Robinson from Denis Coulibaly and Matteo Dauvergne, Jules Avril and Hugo Martiniello from Luna Flusha and Roman Kamiab, Sandro Perez and Thibaut Jalard, Hugo Sanchez and Elio Gilter from Daniel Dalakian and Maria Neto, Mick Blankenspor and Youssef Martin, then Victor Galmisch, Hugo Marti, Bosco Elias, Thomas Behrman, Hector Gerling, Louis Cochet, Thomas Pradier and Billy Jordan van Staveren. So as the drivers make their way around the circuit, it is the largest grid we have had so far this weekend, as the drivers form up in position, 36 of them. On the many karting circuits have such a steep climb out of the final turn. So it's obviously an interesting one. And then into that first corner, which is fairly blind as an apex for the drivers as they approach it. They just have to hope that they've nailed it right on that first lap, and then racing can continue. But 36 drivers out on that circuit. It is the biggest grid we have had for the minis so far this weekend. And then obviously they come out of that final turn in their 2 rows of formation, and when the race director Martin Bean is satisfied and happy that they are in position, he will extinguish the red lights and we will go racing. So the karts make their way through. Robinson and Clark, McLaughlin and Martinez, Outram and Cugnini, Van Bosch and Benito, Leveau and Strauven in the top 10. And there are 26 others in behind them trying to find their way through to a decent qualifying position for the final. They come out of the final turn. The driver's moving quite quickly out of that final turn, it has to be said, and it's a false start. I did think the drivers were moving a little bit too early. So it is not a race start on this occasion. That was a little bit too fast and fluid out of the final turn. The drivers just needed to keep a little bit sooner. But Martin Bean was on the case and has flagged them round again for an additional formation lap. This is the difficulty. You're in such a high pressure position, and particularly for the likes of Robinson and Clark, they've never really been in this position of running at the front with all the pressure and intensity on them on that front row of the grid. It's very, very tight and very, very tricky to hold on to. So the competitors will obviously be very fast out of the blocks. This time they just have to keep a lid on their emotions. The adrenaline is pumping and that intensity is easy to bubble over. They just need to be very careful as they come off the turn. So Robinson, Clark, McLaughlin, Martinez, Outram, Cugnini, Van Bosch, Benito, Leveau, Strauven, Ramakers and Cansey from O'Grady, Edu Robinson, Denis Coulibaly and Dauvergne from Avril, Martiniello, Flusha and Kamiab. Let's see how they come out of the final turn this time. Looks a little neater already, I have to say. Up and over the crest. Are we racing? Yes, we are! And it's a good start right to the first corner. And a perfect start for Leo Robinson. Can Clark hold it around the outside? He looks like he's lost a tiny bit of ground, but doesn't look like he's lost a lot of positions as they come through to the hairpin for the first time. Round the right-hander and up the climb once again into the hairpin for turn 3. Tightens on the exit. Cathal Clark has only dropped to 4th position. That's okay. And then we got an off further back. Somebody has gone off down the back of the circuit. Now, who is that that's not come through? Trying to rejoin, but has obviously lost the thread of the toe. As up the inside, well, that's the 966. That's Jules Avril. So Jules Avril down at the back end of the field, but there's karts battling all the way through. Somebody very slow. It's the 980. That is Clement Outram. Clement Outram's in trouble. He's banging his steering wheel in frustration. He can't believe it. Clement Outram is fading down the order. Now, I couldn't quite see what happened. Was there an incident or has he got a problem? But Clement Outram is a long way down the order. As up at the front, it is Finn McLaughlin behind Leo Robinson as they charge in the first corner. Cathal Clark has fought his way back into 3rd position. In 4th place, it is Martinez in front of Benito, Cugnini, Strauven, Cansey, O'Grady and Edu Robinson from Van Bosch, Ramakers, Leveau, Dauvergne, Kamiab up 5 places. Great start. Martiniello, Jalard, Sanchez, Coulibaly, Flusha, Perez and Martin. Terrific racing in the opening couple of laps then here in the Mini X30 pre-final. 10 laps of racing. They've obviously got to do their best to get themselves into a decent grid position. And Cathal Clark in 3rd place in front of Alex Martinez. All is not lost after losing ground initially. Finn McLaughlin wants pole position though. He's going to try and take it off his teammate. This is the interesting dynamic in karting. Yes, they run in the same colours and awning. Yes, they are teammates, but this is not the same as the Grand Prix racing world. There are no team orders. They are racing. Cutthroat battles will ensue as Edu Robinson makes his move on the inside of Thomas Strauven. Strauven running a little bit deep. And there's a move coming up. It's the 989 trying to get through. That is Louis Leveau, the Danish driver, trying to come through on the inside line at turn 1 and seems to have made the progress. But it's Fusion Motorsport versus Praga España in the top 5 at the moment as Robinson, McLaughlin and Clark find themselves in front of Martinez and Benito. England versus Spain at the front end of the field, pretty much the buzzword all the way around the circuit. So Finn McLaughlin trying to close up on Leo Robinson. Races under a British license, but he is actually Irish as they come up the hill. This is going to be an interesting one for Finn McLaughlin. Can he make the bid on the inside of Leo Robinson? Tries to get his move on the inside line. Can't quite make it stick. Through the right-hander once again. Leo Robinson still leading the way as he did in every single heat yesterday. Was masterclass over the course of yesterday. But now this is the real pressure cooker battle for Robinson. Can he hold it as they come through the first right-hander? The battle raging. Is this going to be a strong run? Up into the corner. They will come through to the tight left-hander. The battle still raging in position. Down the drop. And that's Benito setting the fastest lap of the race in 5th position, trying to close up with the leading trio. And there's an off. There is an off at turn 2. We've lost one of the carts out of the fray. Can't quite make out who that is from this position, but certainly an off at turn 2 on the run to the hairpin. And that is unfortunate. We have lost another driver. It is Louis Cochet. That is such a disaster for Louis Cochet. He had done a great job in the second chance heat to fight his way into contention. And now Louis Cochet is out of the pre-final. He will be able to rejoin in the final, of course, but that will put him down at the very back of the field, unfortunately. So he will start from the back row. So Robinson and McLaughlin still stretching out a gap. Benito has got into 4th place past Martinez. And the yellow flags are not even needed at the second hairpin because they remove Cochet's kart very quickly. But he is out of the race, I'm afraid to say, as Cathal Clark sets the new fastest lap of the race, and that's why he's catching McLaughlin so quickly. So Cathal Clark with an opportunity now in 3rd position. He's gunning for it as Benito finds himself now in 4th place in front of Martinez. Kuznini is 6th. Oh, there's a spin in front of me. A spin in front of me at turn 4. Oh, that's a shame. That is the 955 of Roman Kamyab. He is not having a fortuitous start to his 2020 season. And he was running beautifully up until that point. He had made up 9 places, Roman Kamyab. What an exceptional performance up until that point. But I'm afraid his incredible run has come to a premature halt. What a shame. He was doing such a fine drive up to that. But now look at the top 3, bolted together. Robinson, McLaughlin, Clark, as Louis Cochet watches from the sidelines. So Clark has caught up with his teammates. Benito is 4th. Martinez in 5th. McLaughlin trying to push Leo Robinson slightly further ahead. Come on, we need to get away from Cathal. He's a big threat to us now. But they're in the same team, so an interesting little battle here. Interesting to note that Leo Robinson has gone with a darker blue of the 2019 Fusion colours, while the 2020 colours are adorned on McLaughlin and Clark. The new livery for the season. Robinson prefers the traditional one. So Benito and Martinez are there in 4th and 5th. If anything should kick off between these teammates up front, and I've seen it happen in the past before in minis, it's not going to be plain sailing just because you're in the same awning. Several teams have gone to inter-team battles before, and it's not happened correctly for whatever reason. Clark is still very quick in behind Robinson and McLaughlin. Is anybody going to make the bid? Yes, McLaughlin's going for the inside line, and Clark's going to find space on the inside line too. So McLaughlin takes the lead, and Clark gets 2nd. Robinson's going to try and come straight back on the inside of Clark and retakes the position into 2nd place. Now he's setting off after Finn McLaughlin. So Robinson now signals to Clark, come on, we can go and get back after Finn McLaughlin. He has been one of the quickest over the course of the weekend. Let's not forget that McLaughlin was the fastest driver in time qualifying. Benito is 4th, Martinez in 5th place. Fastest of all in the first sector though, the Spaniard. He's in 5th position in the 2nd of the Pragas. And Cathal Clark knows he's coming. He checks over his shoulder just to see how much space he's got. Back to Benito and Martinez. And Clement Outran has a warning flag. That is not good news for the Frenchman. The warning flags in karting in the IAME Euro Series, of course, carry an automatic 5-second penalty that is uncontestable and cannot be appealed. As side by side into the first corner, a couple of battles going on. Racing all the way through this field is pretty up-tempo, to be fair. But Utran couldn't really afford a warning flag, having already lost ground down the order. He's really going to struggle to fight his way back into contention now. That is a shame. But McLaughlin leads, Robinson second, Clark third, and now once again the three carts are bolted to each other's front and rear fairings by the look of it as they continue round. Benito has dropped Martinez a little, so Martinez is still in fifth place, but he has dropped back a little bit. Then we've got the sixth and seventh carts together, Kuznini and O'Grady. Sasha Van Padbosch has dropped back considerably with Thomas Strauven in the mix there as well. He's actually just lost out to Thomas Kansay. Kansay has got through into ninth place. Good overtake from the Sodi kart driver to move up into P9. But the leaders are coming through, and with 2 laps to go, McLaughlin has started defending to the first inside line of the corner. And he's trying to keep it at bay. Robinson has a look for the inside line. They both drift. Clark is right there for the taking. This is close. McLaughlin just about hangs on in there. Robinson now coming side by side. Clark is hanging on for an opportunity in third place. And the Pragas are coming into it as well as they come into the left-hander. They sort themselves out and stay in position, but now they've got Benito joining the party. It's a 4-man train as McLaughlin tries again on the inside. Clark has to defend to keep the Praga behind him as well. But this squabbling is opening up the gap for the Pragas. They're coming back into it now as Robinson tries again on the inside of McLaughlin. Clark defends the inside line with everything he's worth. Clark has to come to the inside of Robinson just to avert an attack from the Praga. And as they come into the last lap, things could get spicy up front. Last lap. McLaughlin defends his line. He wants to hold pole position, but Robinson, Clark, and Benito are pushing hard. They want it too. Robinson's committing to the inside line. So is Benito. And there's nothing Robinson can do. McLaughlin gets him straight back, but Benito passes Clark. So Benito into position. Clark gets back on the inside of the Praga, and now Martinez takes on Benito and gets through. Watch out for the 2 carts behind. Kuznini and O'Grady are catching them like crazy. Still the battle rage. Oh, and over the curbs goes Martinez. Martinez, the cart is unsettled. Kuznini and O'Grady both get through. He just went a little too deep and hit the curb on the inside line. It launched the cart a couple of wheels into the air, and that was enough to unsettle him. But I think McLaughlin has done the job he needed to in terms of his defense. Robinson will still be second. Clark will still be third. So it's going to be a bold run to the line for Finn McLaughlin. He comes out of the final corner and takes the victory. McLaughlin gets it from Robinson in second. Clark is third from Benito, Kuznini, O'Grady, and Martinez. Kansay fights back to get into 8th position. Good drive from Kansay. Alex O'Grady, though, what a performance from him as he makes up 7 places to get into 6th position on the final lap. Some great comeback drives there. Sandro Perez making up 8 places. Sanchez making up 9, as did Marianito. So some great performances through the field. Retirement, sadly, from Cochet, Dauvergne, Kamyab, and Hugo Marti. But Finn McLaughlin, fastest in time qualifying, pole position for the final now. McLaughlin wins from Robinson and Cahal Clark. A fusion 1-2-3 from Adrian Benito. Tiziano Kuznini is 5th from Alex O'Grady. Alex Martinez 7th from Thomas Kansay. Then Thomas Strauven and Sasha Van Padbosch. Tibor Ramakers is 11th from Louis Leveau. In 13th is Sandro Perez. Hugo Sanchez beside him. Udo Robinson and Hugo Martiniello. Marianito fighting back, and Thibaut Gillard in 18th. Elio Gilter and Clement Utran from Josef Martin and Luna Flusha. Victor Galmisch. Denis Kudavali. In 25th place is Mick Blankenspoor from Thomas Pradier and Thomas Behrman. Then Bosco Arias, Billy Jordan van Staveren, Jules Avril, Daniel Dalakian, and Hector Gerling. With the retirements, Hugo Marti, Matteo Dauvergne, Roman Kamyab, and Louis Cochet. A very dramatic pre-final. Lots of good battles around the course. But it was obviously always going to be very intense drama from the minis, and they gave us good entertainment and absolutely incredible wheel-to-wheel racing out there. Now it's time to see how the juniors will get on in their pre-final. And you're going to see the lightning bolt, Ruben Volt, from the pole position. It's going to be an interesting one for him as he tries to cope with the pressure of the drivers chasing him down behind him. But it will be very close, that is for sure, as we will obviously have Ruben Volt alongside Bart Harrison on the front row of the grid. An interesting combination. Ruben Volt completely unbeaten this weekend. Fastest in time qualifying and fastest as well over the course of the races yesterday. Bart Harrison lining up alongside him on the front row of the grid. So an absolutely fascinating performance from the drivers yesterday. They really gave as good as they got throughout, but it was always going to be very intense and very tough indeed. I apologise, Ruben Volt was not the fastest in qualifying on Friday. That was Heralin Neradini, wasn't it? The Evolution driver. I do apologise. Neradini is definitely in the lineup as well. We'll talk you through the grid in full. Ruben Volt, pole position though, having been 6th in time qualifying originally and won all 3 heats yesterday. Bart Harrison is 2nd on the grid, 4th in TQ and 2nd in every race yesterday. So he is the nearly man, but of course he is the man who also won the Valencia Winter Cup, so he knows how to get the job done. Ollie Greenall, 3rd in time qualifying and 3rd on the grid for this one after 2 wins and a 7th yesterday. Santiago Valve was the 2nd fastest driver in TQ and got 3/3 to line up 4th on the grid. In P5, the ever-impressive Japanese star Kanato Lee, 7th in time qualifying, a 2nd, a 3rd and a 4th yesterday. So that puts him into P5. Pod Kaios is 6th position on the starting grid, having been 5th in TQ and then 2nd and 2/4 over the course of the heats. Freddie Spindlow, 7th on the grid, alongside his teammate Dan Ginchard. Both have had very feisty afternoons yesterday. 8th in time qualifying for Spindlow with a victory, a 4th and a 9th. Dan Ginchard, perhaps even more impressive, 16th in time qualifying, not quite getting the lap they wanted, but what a fight back it's been since then. 3rd, 5th and 8th, putting him right up into the hunt in the top 10. Marcus Luzio is 9th on the grid, the number 3 seed, and of course the leading seed as the 1st and 2nd drivers have moved up. So Luzio, 10th in time qualifying, 2 5ths and a 7th in a very tricky day at the office yesterday. Pole position in time qualifying for Heralin Neradini, but he starts 10th after a 2nd, a 3rd and a 13th. So a very difficult day at the office. Just outside the top 10 for the Del Rey Racing team, it is Bart Pluch, and the 11th place driver lines up alongside his countryman Danny Prins, who did a fine job over the course of yesterday. From 19th on the grid, he's put himself into 12th for the pre-final. So very impressive work from the Dutchman. On the 13th row of the grid, it is Enzo Calderas alongside Benjamin Hovelak. And then on the 8th row of the grid, it is Archie Walker and Yanni Stephen Haydens, 2 drivers who have been making great comebacks. 26th in time qualifying originally for Archie Walker, so 15th on the grid is very impressive. Here they come out onto the circuit, and we'll talk you through the grid in full. Ruben Volt and Bart Harrison on the front row of the grid from Ollie Greenall and Santiago Valve, Kanato Lee and Pod Kaios from Freddie Spindlow and Dan Ginchard, Marcus Luzio and Heralin Neradini, Bart Pluch and Danny Prins, Enzo Calderas and Benjamin Hovelak from Archie Walker and Yannis Stephen Haydens, Andy Rattel and Ivan Arias from Aaron Walker and Jaden Tian, Ishmael Diabate and Mikai Singh from Roman Andriolo and Brandon Templeton. Exceptional run over the course of the next 13 laps of racing. This pre-final is the same length as the senior heats yesterday, 15.795 kilometers of racing, and a lot of drivers have been making big comebacks through the weekend. Most notably, Dan Ginchard, 16th in time qualifying, now 8th on the pre-final grid. Danny Prins in particular has gone well as well, from 19th to 12th in the original time qualifying, 19th, now 12th for the pre-final. And Archie Walker as well, 26th in TQ, now P15. Some very good performances yesterday, and they are still clocking on for a good race. Some fantastic performances yesterday as well, actually. I should note from one of the French locals, Ishmael Diabate did a great job over the course of yesterday. A horrible qualifying, 32nd in time qualifying, has made it all the way up to 21st after recording an 8th and 2 11ths in yesterday's heats. So Ishmael Diabate, definitely one to watch. When the kart is working well and he's got his mojo on, he knows this place very well, and he's making some stellar overtakes. Definitely a candidate for the new Driver of the Day award if he keeps it up over the course of the pre-final and final. So the drivers are in position now. Volt, Harrison, Greenall, Valve, Lee, Kaios, Spindlow, Ginchard, Luzio and Neradini. They're being controlled in terms of the pace out of the final turn. They will come up the hill, and it looks as though this is going to be a good one. It is indeed, and we're racing. What a start from Harrison. He blasts forward in front of Volt, as does Santiago Valve. Volt not getting a great start at all as they come down to the first corner, and it's Harrison who holds the inside line through the hairpin. Valve set the wrong way as Ruben Volt now slots into 3rd position in front of Greenall, and then Paul Kaios in 5th position. They work their way through, 36 drivers running down the hill as they battle away for position. This is going to be an interesting one for all of the competitors out there. But Bart Harrison and Santiago Valve have bit through. Well, what's happened to Volt? He's dropped back. Greenall is down. Greenall is up to 3rd. Kaios is up to 4th. We've got yellow flags, I think, down on the far side of the course. Somebody's gone off the circuit. It's one of the... who is that that's come off there at the back of the circuit and is now rejoining? I think that might be... Is that Enzo Le Cruz? Yes, it is. Le Cruz has gone off and has rejoined at the back. So Ruben Volt's really struggling. He's lost several places on this first lap. The Estonian is now down to 8th position because we've got Greenall in 3rd, Kajos in 4th. Spindlo and Ginchard are working together in 5th and 6th, although Spindlo's now got past Kajos. Ginchard trying to do the same thing. 7th now is Kanato Lee. Volt is in 8th. Lucio is 9th. Oh, and there's an incident. 2 or 3 karts involved in that one down the straight. One kart trying to go over the back of another, and 3 karts having to take avoiding action as a result of it all. Well, a couple of problems. We're going to have the 51 out of the race. That is Benjamin Hovelak. The Dan Holland Racing driver is out. Got spat out of the fray, unfortunately. So easy when the karts compress together. Looks as though Kanato Lee lost time, as did Bart Pluch. So several drivers involved. I thought I saw Yanni Stephen Hayden's losing ground there as well. But unfortunately, it is Benjamin Hovelak that ends up getting spat out of the race. A real shame. Harrison leads, though. Santiago Valve in 2nd from Greenall, Spindlo, Ginchard, Kajos, Volt, and Kanato Lee. So already some very feisty driving as the yellow flags are out for Benjamin Hovelak. No overtaking then into that position. Oh, and it looks as though Archie Walker's got Bart Pluch coming over the back of him. Or is that Danny Prinz? Certainly problems further back. That's the 60 and the 24 involved in an incident there. That is Delgado coming together, unfortunately, with Charles Roussan. But as they come up the hill, we've got several incidents in this race. Drivers making some desperate bids to try and make up some ground. Harrison is your leader. Valve is 2nd. Greenall is 3rd. 4th and 5th are the KR Sports of Spindlo and Ginchard. Well, this is turning into a stunning weekend as it just continues to get better with every lap. The fastest lap of the race comes from Ruben Volt down in 6th position as he gets himself together again. But the battle is still raging. I think it was Danny Prinz over the back of Archie Walker on the last lap, but he's managed to get himself together again, having lost some ground. But it has given Archie Walker a big problem as he's lost some positions. Now that's Valve back into the lead of the race then. So Bart Harrison right there in 2nd, but he's got time to make the change here. He's in to lap 5. 4 laps completed. Valve, Harrison, Greenall, Spindlo and Ginchard still 4th and 5th from Volt, Lucio and Kajos. Then it's Heralin Neradini and Kanato Lee. Aaron Walker charging through the field well, up into 11th place. Andy Rattel is up into 12th position as well, up 5 places as Volt has got past Ginchard. And Neradini and Kanato Lee have both got past the Spanish charge Paul Kajos. So this is going to be an interesting one for Bart Harrison to fight back with. But he can just slot in behind Santiago Valve here and allow the Spaniard to do all the hard work. The cloud cover has returned over the circuit, cooling the circuit down a little bit. Air temperature is currently at 18 degrees Celsius, so this could work well for the drivers who are looking after their tyres in the second half of this pre-final. Greenall trying to keep his position from Spindlo as he defends valiantly to the inside line. Harrison and Valve trying to stretch away. Greenall runs wide. This could be the chance for Spindlo to get into 3rd position. But Greenall is defending valiantly. He's not going to let that one slide as Ruben Volt charges onto the back of them. Freddie Spindlo with the fastest lap. Spindlo's not going to wait any longer. Greenall holds it round the outside. And now Volt's got a chance. Greenall over the curbs, runs wide and drops back to 5th position. Now Volt's got through and he's still trying to keep Greenall at bay. But Greenall gets by. They both drift wide and Ginchard gets them both, as does Marcus Lucio. Very opportunistic driving from Ginchard and Lucio. They saw it coming and went, right, we're going to have you both. Brilliant. Greenall gets by, and so does Neradini on Ruben Volt. Another mistake from the Estonian. And that's really opened up the taps on the leaders as Harrison has a gentle look on the inside of Santiago Valve. So Valve leads, Harrison in 2nd place as Bart Pluch makes a bold move on the inside at turn 1 to get through on Ivan Arias. But Santiago Valve, his teammate, is there in position. Nathan Otting picking up a warning flag. That's unfortunate. 5-second penalty comes with that, I'm afraid. So Santiago Valve runs in front of Bart Harrison. They've got a bit of a gap now on Freddie Spindlo. Ginchard and Lucio have fought their way to 4th and 5th, with Ginchard having a little bit of a pressure cooker building up behind him. There is Lucio and Greenall. This trio now really starting to find the pressure intensifying. The 3 Brits who know each other very well. They've raced together several times in the past. Bart Harrison, though, has other problems. He's got Santiago Valve in front, and he's trying to stretch the gap between himself and Spindlo further back. Harrison is being very sensible here. as Aaron Walker and Kanato Lee have now both got past Ruben Volt. The Estonian falls to 10th. But Bart Harrison is allowing the Spanish driver to do all the hard work up in front. Harrison able to look after his tyres, look after his brakes. He doesn't have to push quite as hard as the race leader does. And that's Greenall now managing to get past Luzio. So Greenall through into 5th position on Luzio. He's very quick around this SA circuit. Now it's up to see what he can do about Ginchard up the road in front of him, as the Chaos Sports have come up from 7th and 8th to 3rd and 4th. So they're still pushing hard. They were the team to beat last year, of course, when Oliver Behrman was in the junior ranks. Now he's a senior, and the gauntlet has been left essentially to Spindler and Ginchard to fly the flag for the squad up front. So now we've got Kanato Lee trying his best to Xio. Nuruddini in 7th from Walker, Lee, Volt, Kaios. Then it is Singh in front of Rattel, Diabate, who again has charged forward. And then Roman Andriolo and Nathan Otting are next up. Ismail Diabate is doing an absolutely terrific job fighting his way through the field as Greenall gets the move on Ginchard. Ginchard's going to come straight back at him, but he elects to slot back in behind the Fusion Motorsport driver. Down to 5th he goes, and into the potential path of Luzio and Nuruddini, the Dan Holland Racing and Evolution team drivers, respectfully. Santiago Valvez still leads the way as he and Bart Harrison are now losing a little bit of time to Freddie Spindlow. Spindlow is creeping in. There he is in the 45. He is catching up to them as Ginchard tries to hold his position now in front of Luzio and Nuruddini. So Nuruddini trying to fight his way back into contention. Don't forget, Nuruddini, the German at the back of this queue, was the fastest in time qualifying as Luzio goes past Ginchard. Nuruddini tries to keep the car on the inside line, goes for broke in the hairpin. Ginchard chops across. Not going to get that lead. Now Valvez started defending. 3 laps to go, and the race leader is hanging on here in front of Harrison, but he's holding the defensive line. You can see that he's really struggling as Greenall has dropped the trio behind him, and he's trying to catch up to the top 3. And with Valve defending, that's to Greenall's liking, because these 3 are going to get held up, and Greenall can catch them pretty quickly and start to make his own impression on the pre-final. Valve still holding that inside line like his life depended on it. Harrison and Spindlow are right there now. Spindlow having caught up to the back of the leading duo. So they come out of the final turn. 2 laps to go. Santiago Valve leads. Harrison's going for it. Valve tries to move across and cut him off, and that's worked beautifully. But now Spindlow with momentum has the chance to cut through to the inside. Harrison's not going to hesitate. He tries to cut through. Valve is keeping it nice and tidy on the inside line. Harrison still trying to outfox the Spaniard. Spindlow is right there. He needs to get on with this. And Greenall sets another new fastest lap in his approach to catch them. This is going to be a very tough final lap coming up. We're on the penultimate lap now, so a lap and a half to go. But every single one of the top 4 drivers wants to be on that pole position here at SA. It is so crucial. 2nd and 3rd is actually still in the danger zone as far as these drivers are concerned. That's why they're pushing. Spindlow trying to get the move on the inside of Bart Harrison, who has lost a couple of kart lengths in momentum to Valve. If Valve defends to the inside line of the first corner out of habit, he's still got a chance. Spindlow is going for it on the inside of the first corner. Spindlow gets through. Greenall trying to come through on Harrison as well, and now making the commitment on the inside line in the second corner. Harrison's going to run out of road. He does, and Greenall gets through in a 3rd position. Santiago Valve with a little bit of a gap now between the 2nd place man Spindlow. Greenall trying to get on that front row. Spindlow protects. Greenall covers his mark. And Harrison is still there in 4th position. Up in 5th now, Luzio with Nuruddini and Ginchard down to 7th place. They come up the hill for the final time. Santiago Valve, I think, has done enough to win the race, but certainly in 2nd place, it's going to be a tough one to hang on to. Spindlow's doing his best. Greenall there from Harrison, Luzio, Nuruddini and Ginchard, and I think that might be the way it finishes at the flag as Santiago Valve takes the checkered flag and wins the pre-final. Brilliant job from the Spaniard. Spindlow in 2nd from Greenall, Harrison, Luzio, Nuruddini and Ginchard from Aaron Walker and Kanato Lee, with Paul Kayos, Andy Rattel, Ruben Volt in 12th from Mikai Singh, Nathan Otting and Yanis Stephen Haydens in the top 15. Very tough stuff indeed. What a drive back from Aaron Walker up to 8th position from 19th on the grid. Good performance from him. Otting doing well, but unfortunately carrying a 5-second penalty into that with the warning flag that will be issued to him. That will drop him back into, I would guess, about 19th again.
But what a race. Santiago Valva takes the pre-final from Freddie Spindler and Ollie Greenall, with Bart Harrison in fourth from Marcus Luzio, Herolin Neradini in sixth from Dan Ginshard and Aaron Walker, then Kanato Lee and Paul Kayos, Andy Rattel just outside the top 10, and Ruben Volt in 12th position. 13th is Mikai Singh in front of Nathan Otting, then Yannis Stephen Haydens and Roman Andriolo, Jaden Tien and Archie Walker from Bart Pluch and Clarissa Dervich. Ishmael Diabate is 21st in front of Enzo Calderas, then Edward Pearson and Brandon Templeton. 25th position goes the way of Julian Budet Kolarov, Ivan Arias and Danny Prince from Matias Lacombe and Onzo La Cruz, and then Charles Roussan and Guillermo Delgado, who were involved in their incident earlier on, and then Ben Doughty is the last man in. Benjamin Hovelak, the only retirement. Very exciting stuff indeed from the juniors. And they gave us an amazing pre-final, really exciting stuff. I have a feeling that some of the drivers may have reined in their best and saved it for later in the final, as the sun comes out again over the circuit here at SA, and we prepare ourselves for the toughest race of the weekend so far, the X30 Senior Pre-Final, with the 36 drivers that have qualified for it in their positions, lining up in the pre-grid. Callum Bradshaw has been the undefeated man of the moment here at SA thus far. Through all of the time qualifying sessions and the heats, he has been unstoppable up until this point. Fastest in TQ, 4 race wins, but that doesn't mean he is going to win the pre-final or the final, and he knows that he can't afford to rest on his laurels. Alongside him on the grid is Harry Platten, second in TQ, 2 wins, a second and a third yesterday. I mean, he lines up on the front row of the grid. Guy Cunnington, the new man in at Strawberry Racing in IAME X30 Euro Series, having come across from a different form of karting to come straight in at IAME X30 this season. 7th on the timed qualifying session, and then a win, 2 seconds and a 6th yesterday, put him 3rd on the grid on the inside of the 2nd row. Arnaud Levesque was 5th in time qualifying, and then a 2nd, 2 thirds and a 4th over the course of yesterday, giving him plenty to work with from the 2nd row. Italy's Alessandro Seranetti will line up in 5th position on the grid. 6th in time qualifying, 3 seconds and a 7th. All 3 of those second places were right behind his teammate Callum Bradshaw at the time. 6th on the grid is the lead driver sport team, and that is Philippe Vava, the Spaniard, who has been amazing over the course of the weekend, it has to be said. 16th in time qualifying, 2 thirds and 2 fifths yesterday, keeping it nice and lit all the way through, and has put himself on the outside of the 3rd row. Great performance thus far. Ruben Moya, the Spanish driver for MDC in the CRG, was 8th in time qualifying. A win, a 4th, an 8th and a 9th puts him 7th on the grid for this one. But a lot of people feel very sorry indeed for the man in 8th on the grid, Dylan Leger, who could have been so much higher than his 8th spot on the grid. 4th in time qualifying, 2 wins, a 3rd, and a DNS, essentially, which came as he was starting on the front row of the grid for the... Should have been a lot higher on the grid. A difficult qualifying for him, put him 17th overall, but he's had a 3rd, a 4th, a 6th, and a 15th. So one unfortunate race at the end of the day, meaning he couldn't quite get up into the top 10, but he's definitely one to watch for from the inside of the 7th row. Alejandro Lahoz and Daniel Mathia, 2 drivers who did well in time qualifying but had no luck yesterday. They will be in the 12th row. Sacha Maguet, one of the very impressive fast Frenchmen in this field, will line up in 25th. And then it is Danny Bunshu, the Swiss driver, who lines up on the 13th row of the grid alongside him. Pierre Vignevich and Sam Balota come next up. And then it is Tom Reboul and Ubelts Moore in the top 30. And then, of course, the 6 drivers who made it through from the second chance heat. Sean Butcher lines up 31st on the grid. Sam Figueras is 32nd. And then it is Luna Claret, Eloy Gonzalez, Jaime Sanz, and Joel Ederdal with that incredible last lap maneuver to get himself into 6th position on as the drivers are obviously getting themselves up to speed. And no matter how you are watching from, whether it is via our Telemundi Media YouTube channel or via the Facebook live stream, you're very welcome, and we're very pleased indeed that you've been able to join us around this gorgeous Circuit International Donnay-la-Bois race circuit in the heart of Normandy, just a stone's throw away from the Circuit de Duc rallycross circuit just down the road, and of course an hour north of the Circuit de la Sarthe itself. This is motorsport country if you are a Frenchman, and this is a wonderful day of race action that we are having so far. The pre-final is now the last hurrah for the X30 seniors as they contest the race that will set the grid for the most important races of the weekend, where we'll crown our top 3 drivers on the podium and, of course, our driver of the day as well. So the 36 drivers are ready to head out onto the circuit, and when they do so, we will have non-stop motor racing action as these guys quest for the front end of the field. It's always going to be very interesting to see who makes the best of it, but no clear-cut leader has come through like Callum Bradshaw this weekend. He's been absolutely stellar all the way through each of the 4 heats. No matter what anybody threw at him, he has been able to take advantage of it, but that does not mean the race is won. There are still so many drivers in behind him that have the ability to snatch the victory away. Harry Platten has been so solid and consistent through this weekend. He's been metronomic in pace. Guy Cunnington has been very authoritarian at moving his way through the field to get him up into that 3rd position spot. It's very well deserved. Enzo Levesque, of course, using the home advantage to his benefit, and he's been very strong from that 2nd row of the grid. Alessandro Saranetti and Philip Vava are definitely ones to watch as well. The Italian and the Spanish driver will be no doubt contesting a very strong fight too. 18 laps around this circuit for the pre-final, and that is a race distance of 21.87 kilometers. As you can see now, the sun coming out. If you were with us yesterday, we barely saw that over the course of yesterday. It was very much a doom and gloom kind of Saturday. We never really got massive rain showers that we were expecting over the course of yesterday's racing. But we certainly got an awful lot of thrills and spills out there on the circuit. It was particularly entertaining. So the race is going to be getting underway fairly shortly. We gather that there are just some technical checks that need to be carried out before we can go started of racing. But Callum Bradshaw leads the way with Harry Platten off the grid for this one. And considering there are 18 laps and the sun has come out onto the circuit again, that is definitely going to cause one issue for the drivers and one factor that they definitely need to take into consideration in this race now, and that is tyre life. As the circuit gets hotter, the air temperature rises. Obviously, so too does the track surface temperature, and it makes the kart a little bit harder to handle because obviously this is a circuit which is very tight, very technical, very undulating as well. And obviously, as a result of that, we've got so many different types of corner around the circuit. There is a massive amount of marbles around the circuit. But the drivers come out now. Let's talk it round. Callum Bradshaw and Harry Platten from Guy Cunnington and Enzo Levesque. Serenetti and Vava from Moya and Leger. Caden McQueen and Jordan Brown-Nutley. Fontecker and Steenman from Behrman and Fleming. Maya, Hebert, then Daniel Nogales and Kevin Stahauer. Van der Westerlaken and Tillett from Marsh and Couteren. Lahoz and Mathia from Magay and Bunshu. Vinjevich and Balota. Rebul, Moore, Sean Butcher, Sam Figueras, Claret, Gonzalez, Sanz and Edadal. So as the 36 drivers make their way around the circuit, they obviously use this outlap, the sighting lap, if you will, to gain a bit of an idea as to how things are currently looking around the circuit. And then the formation lap, that's where they're really starting to work the temperature up to their optimum in the tyres and brakes. And brakes are important around this course, of course, you have to understand, because it's a very fast circuit. It's under 50 seconds in the Senior X30 category, but there are some big stops after some very fast straights. So brakes are very much a tough thing to get right here, especially considering that some of those long straights into a big stop are downhill, which does put, of course, a little bit more pressure on brakes than perhaps at other race circuits. So there's a lot of characteristics to this circuit which make it unique and very individual to the circuit. A lot of drivers have been telling me, well, in comparison to the other 3 circuits that are on the calendar, they're actually quite normal in terms of the complex of setting up the kart. Here at SA, setup is everything. If you get it slightly wrong, then you are fighting and chasing your tail for the rest of the weekend, as several drivers have already discovered over the course of the heats. So the competitors get themselves back into their 2 rows. Bradshaw and Platten, Cunnington and Levesque, Serenetti and Vava from Moya and Leger, McQueen and Brown-Nutley, Fontecker and Steenman, Behrman, Fleming, Meyer, Hebert, Nogales and Stahauer. And as they come through, it's obviously going to be a tough one for all 36 karts and drivers to get into the first corner in a reasonable fashion, but hopefully we should see them all in reasonably good form. Well held by both Bradshaw and Platten on the end of the run to the first corner, and that's a perfect start. Away goes Bradshaw, cuts straight across to the first corner as the field jostles for the first corner. Are they all going to get through? Yes, they do, just about. One or two drivers going wide, but not enough to cause an issue. And into the hairpin for the first time. Bradshaw holds the lead, Platten in second. Enzo Levesque getting a terrific start as he rolls down the hill in third position. And there's a little bit of jostle further back. 2 or 3 carts going wide, one going right off the circuit. That is the 286 recovering, and that is Obertsmoor, the Spaniard. 1 or 2 others in dire straits as well. I think that was the... I have a feeling that might have been one of the Spirit Racing drivers, possibly Danny Bunshu, going wide originally. So a bit of an issue there, a bit of a problem, but fortunately everybody else seems to have got through without major incident. So Callum Bradshaw leads the race, and look at the advantage he's pulling out on Harry Platten already as they come over the line. Bradshaw has already built up a little gap over Platten. Levesque is in third position, then it's Cunnington, Vava, Serenetti, then it is Leger in front of Brown, Nutley, Steenman, Fleming, Moya, Fonseca, McQueen, Behrman and Hebert. So a few drivers already started to make that elusive overtaking maneuver. As up the inside of Serenetti comes Dylan Leger, and that puts him up into 6th position. So Dylan Leger moves up, and that's Serenetti straight back on him. Nice overtake again from Serenetti. Not easy to get that right when you've already been passed to then line up another retaliation move. And Serenetti signals to Leger, come on, the top 5 are getting away. Work with me, not against me. And here comes Levesque on the inside of Platten. Platten tries to hold the inside line, but Levesque will not back down, and he gets into 2nd place. Now, this is going to be interesting. Bradshaw has not been beaten over the course of the weekend. Levesque knows this circuit like the back of his hand. Can he catch him? But Bradshaw is a superior talent. He won and represented Great Britain in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2016. So he knows how to get these races won. But Platten is very much now under pressure from Cunnington and Vava as they push on to him down the straight. Platten protecting the inside line in the middle of the circuit there. That's very sensible. It means that nobody can come through to the right or left of him. And their position is compromised for the next corner. So Platten going very sensible. Oliver Behrman losing 2 places now. Hebert and Nogales both getting through. So this is going to be an interesting one. Bradshaw running well in the lead. Levesque in second, but this is the duel for 3rd position. Platten keeping it nice and lit on the way through on the inside line. But Cunnington trying to find his way through. He does not want to be in the outside line of the 2nd row if he can help it. So Vava trying to pursue him in 5th position. We wait for the Chaos Sport driver to make his ultimate move. But it's a long race, 18 laps. You can't afford to go too hungry too early. You've got to build up to this opportunity. You've got to look after brakes and tyres as well. You're constantly in the middle of your element here because you have to obviously race wheel to wheel with the drivers, but you're in a bit of a minefield as well because you've got to look after the tyres and look after the brakes and make sure that you've got better tyre life than the carts around you. So Bradshaw trying to extend the gap to Enzo Levesque, keeping it steady at 9/10 of a second at the moment. Levesque is fastest of all, though, in the 2nd sector, as that is the good battle going on further back of Serenetti behind Vava. But Dylan Leger is catching up to both of them, and in behind is Jordan Brown Nutley. Jordan Brown Nutley, very much the Jason Plato of the IAME X30 Euro Series camp. He's been here forever and a day, but he's still ridiculously quick as up the inside. Leger gets the move on Serenetti, and this time he really does make it stick as Jordan Brown Nutley gets past as well, and in behind is Thomas Fleming trying to make his own bid. Now Cunnington has got through into 3rd place on Harry Platten. So Cunnington gets into 3rd position, and that's a lovely move. The new recruit to IAME X30, I think this is only his 2nd weekend in the category, but he's right up there at the front end of the field, having been a British champion in other disciplines. He's certainly making waves in IAME X30 Euro now. So Cunnington in front of Platten, then Vava, Leger, Brown Nutley, Serenetti, Fleming, and all the way down to 10th, Ayrton Fonseca. The CRG driver now running in front of Steenman and Moya. Caden McQueen in 13th, still making steady progress. Dan Nogales, fastest lap of the race from him now, from Max Meyer and Oliver Behrman. Andreas Hebert, Archie Tillett. And then we have Van der Westerlaken and Lahoz in front of Butcher, who's come up to 21st position. Great run from the Australian. And then in 22nd is Marsh from Vinjevich, Stahauer, Magay, Mathia, Balota, Calteran, Rebel and Claret. And incredibly, all 36 drivers are still running with Figueres in front of Bunshu, Moore, Gonzalez, Edidal, and rounding out the field is the Praga of Jaime Sanz. A couple of incidents in the first couple of laps, but nothing to end the race so far, as we're on lap 6, about to complete it, and 1/3 distance will be reached. Bradshaw just ticking it nicely over out in front of the field, not pushing harder than he needs to. And he comes through with a lead of just over a second now, just under a second, I should say, actually, over Enzo Levesque. 9/10 of a second at this point in the race. But this is where Levesque can really start to use his knowledge of the circuit and his ability to control tyres to close up on Callum Bradshaw. They haven't had that long a race so far this weekend. 13 laps has been the longest duration of the heats for the seniors. Now they've got another 5 laps to do. That means you've got to work a little bit harder to keep these tyres in a decent condition for the rest of the race. And certainly as the heat goes up, as the sun continues to beat down on the circuit, it's going to become harder and harder to achieve that. Through they come. Serenetti still tucked up behind Jordan Brown-Nutley, who is still sizing up Philippe Vava now that Dylan Leger has got up into 5th position. Leger is another driver with the local knowledge to really count in his favour. Can he close up on Cunnington and Platten? He's certainly setting off after them. Dylan Leger going well. There's Vava and Jordan Brown-Nutley, 6th and 7th at this precise moment in time. So still the battle rages. Bradshaw, Levesque, Cunnington, Platten, Leger, Vava, Brown-Nutley, Serenetti, Fleming, Fonteca and Moya. As down the hill they continue to draw a little bit of a battle amongst themselves. Vava and Brown-Nutley very close together. This could be a good start to the season for Jordan Brown-Nutley. He's had very solid speed and consistent rhythm throughout the last couple of years, but the results have never really gone his way. He's been one of the serial winners in IAME X30 over the last few years, though, and certainly has made this category his own. But this year, 2020, he has a good opportunity to put some decent results out of the bag and really go for it. So he's going to take that opportunity with both hands on the wheel. Brown-Nutley 7th from Fleming, Serenetti, Fonteca and Moya. Steenman still running well in front of Dan Nogales, who's in 13th in front of Caden McQueen, having got past him after a succession of fastest laps. He now makes the bid on the inside of Steenman and gets through. So Dan Nogales through into 12th position, as there's the race leader, Callum Bradshaw, not breaking a sweat out front. Enzo Levesque going a tiny bit quicker than him on the last lap, but the gap is still steady at 8/10 of a second. Bradshaw with enough time in his pocket to check over his shoulder just to see how close Levesque is, and not have to worry too much about the state of play. He just has to look after the cart, essentially. He's in the rhythm that he likes, and around this Onnet-le-Bois circuit, it really is coming to him. And he's having a very strong day at the office, that is for sure. Levesque in 2nd, Cunnington 3rd, from Platten, Leger, Vava, Brown-Nutley, Fleming, Serenetti, Fonteca, Moya, Nogales and Steenman, from McQueen, Meyer and Hebert. So they run through on formation. Another big, bold move up the inside from Serenetti, this time to take on Thomas Fleming. So he gets through into 8th place. Serenetti going through. There's Enzo Levesque for the Karting Loisir Neuilly squad, and he's trying his best to go close up a little bit on Bradshaw. But after Callum has just set his personal best lap of the race, the gap has opened up to just over a second. And in karting terms, that might as well be half a lap. It is a big gap, 1 second to make up, with half the race still to go. Enzo Levesque has got to hope that his knowledge of the circuit comes to fruition. But Bradshaw has raced here before. He does know his way around this circuit. And he has won here before, so it's not as if Bradshaw doesn't know his way around Onnet-le-Bois. This is a circuit that's been very kind to him over the years. So Bradshaw running well, 1.1 seconds now in front of Enzo Levesque. Cunnington in 3rd position, trying to gain some ground on Levesque. But Bradshaw is looking to make this weekend a clean sweep if he can possibly help it. Cunnington still trying to get away from Platten and Leger. Some great battles in the midfield amongst the senior X30 drivers as they continue to charge away for a race position. Good overtaking, good squabbling, but Cunnington is just trying to ease in behind Enzo Levesque and try and battle for 2nd place. A little further back in the pack is where the battle is starting to be created. It's Philippe Vava in 6th position from Brown-Nutley, Serenetti, Fleming and Fonteca. 5 karts in the mix as Nogales is losing ground a little to Ruben Moya. And then up the inside, that's a position made up but there by Caden McQueen. He has got into 13th place past Steenman. So McQueen gets through into 13th place at turn 2. And that's a bit of improvement there from the British driver. But there is Harry Platten, 4th position, originally on the front row of the grid for the pre-final. But Enzo Levesque and Guy Cunnington have managed to find their way past him. Here's the battle for 6th. This is Vava, Brown-Nutley, Serenetti and Fleming. Serenetti getting very close to the back of Jordan Brown-Nutley, trying to find his way past into P7. Also Levesque's breathing space. This is where Levesque really needs to hope that Cunnington isn't going to push too hard too soon. Because if he catches him napping, he's going to grab second place away from the Frenchman before he's even had time to breathe about it. So Cunnington right in there, in the midst, behind Enzo Levesque. I think it's fair to say that Bradshaw has this pre-final fairly solidly under control. A second and a half clear of Levesque, but Cunnington certainly has a chance now of creeping onto the front row. And if he can get there, then he's got a chance to go at Callum Bradshaw in the opening couple of laps of the race. So this could be very interesting. Bradshaw out in front, Levesque and Cunnington battling away for second position. Are we going to see the big move from Cunnington for P2? He would love to start this race from the front end of the field. And that's a bold lunge on the inside from Cunnington. Levesque was too defensive. He manages to cut across. Cunnington sells in the dummy. And into second place goes the Englishman. Brilliant run from the Strawberry Racing newcomer in IAME X30 Euro Series. Straight into second place. And now he's on the front row. If he can hold this for the next 3.5 laps, Guy Cunnington will start the final from the front row. But Levesque will not find third position too bad a place to start from. That'll be the inside line of the second row if he goes quickly with Bradshaw. Oh, there's been an incident further back. Now that is the 275 having spun around. That's Tom Rebull. Now, who has gone with Tom Rebull? Because we seem to have lost a couple of drivers down the order. Rebull spun and somebody else went off the road with them. I think it was Danny Bundschuh, the Swiss driver, who ended up backing off and avoiding action. So Bundschuh and Rebull down the order there up at the second sector. But there's going to be a lot of congestion around the circuit as drivers now start to make their ultimate overtaking moves. And a couple of drivers will try and pick off a move or two. Max Meyer and Oliver Behrman, for example, have both got past Andreas Hebert. And Dan Nogales has got into 10th place past his countryman, Ayrton Vodtecker. What about Dylan Leger now as well? He's closed right up on Harry Platten. Never mind Cunnington and Levesque. We've got Leger closing right up on Harry Platten. And Leger has been one of the fastest drivers all weekend. So Dylan Leger with a chance to fight himself back into contention. Can he get the move on Harry Platten through the first corner? Dylan Leger really starting to hassle Harry Platten. As there, Enzo Levesque looks fairly settled in third position. Alessandro Serenetti is up to 7th place now, past Jordan Brown-Nutley. And the battle in the midfield is still fairly sizable, as karts are still making the overtakes and still battling for position. Another nice overtake there in front of me. That is Kevin Stahauer on Pierre Vignevich. So Stahauer gets his way up into another position. That puts him into 21st. But up the hill, Dylan Leger looking particularly threatening on Harry Platten now, with a lap and a half to go. As Callum Bradshaw is about to come out of the final turn and into that last lap. He's been absolutely flawless all weekend, and he continues that run here in the pre-final. Last lap, Cunnington getting away from Levesque, but Leger has the chance to break onto the second row of the grid past Harry Platten. He looks back. Vava is a long way back in front of Serenetti and Brown-Nutley, so he's got a little bit of time to play with here if he wants to make the move on Harry Platten. But he might feel that the third row inside line, P5, is not a bad place to start from either. So he may not make the bid on Platten. He may just consolidate 5th position. So out in front, it has been a solid performance from Callum Bradshaw all weekend. He has never broken a sweat, and he is going to come through here for a stunning victory. What a performance it has been. In time qualifying, he was fastest. He won all 4 of his heats yesterday, and now he comes out of the final turn, and Callum Bradshaw is unbeatable at SA so far. He wins the pre-final from Guy Cunnington. 3rd position for Enzo Levesque. And then 5th position behind Harry Platten is Dylan Leger, with Vava, Serenetti, Brown-Nutley and Nogales in pursuit. What a drive so far from Callum Bradshaw. Never really in doubt from the start. But now he's got Guy Cunnington on the front row of the grid alongside him to charge into the first corner of the final. Can he make it? The absolute clean sweep. Not many drivers have done it, but Callum Bradshaw is 1 race away from doing so. So Callum Bradshaw takes the victory in front of Guy Cunnington. Enzo Levesque in 3rd from Harry Platten. Then Dylan Leger and Philippe Vava. Alessandro Serenetti in 7th place ahead of Jordan Brown-Nutley. 8 places made up by Dan Nogales ahead of Thomas Fleming. Then Ayrton Vodtecker and Ruben Moyer. Caden McQueen is 13th ahead of Oliver Behrman. Then Andreas Hebert and Sean Butcher up 15 places to 16th. Then Ollie Marsh and Dan Steenman, Max Meyer and Raveldo van der Westerlaken. From Kevin Stahauer and Daniel Mathia. Sam Balota is 23rd in front of Pierre Vignevich. Then Alejandro Lohoz in front of Sasha Maguet. Luna Claret comes up to 27th ahead of Herberts Moore. Jaime Sanz and Archie Tillett, Sam Figueres and Joel Idadal. Then Danny Bunshu, Eloy Gonzalez and Henke Kalteren. Just the one retirement in the end after the incident earlier on, and that is Tom Rebul. So a stunning race then from the X30 Senior pre-final. It's been very exciting up to this point, but now, of course, there is only one race still to go, and that is in each of the three classes, and that is in the minis. They will start us off, followed by the juniors and the seniors. The first final in the X30 Juniors will take place at 1:30. So in an hour and 15 minutes time. Join us again in an hour and 5 minutes time at about 12:20 when we'll return to the broadcast, 13:20 I should say, local time, when we return to the broadcast for the build-up for the first finals of the IAME Euro Series season opener here at Aulnay-le-Bois in SA in Normandy in France.
For the battle to rage in the X30 Mini category in the IAME Euro Series 2020. Boy, are we in for a juicy battle as the drivers take to the circuit here at Aulnay-le-Bois in the heart of Normandy for 14 laps of this incredible circuit with its tight, twisty corners and its tough undulation. This is a technical challenge for any racing driver. But these boys and girls have ridden the elements over the course of the last 48 hours through the practice sessions, through time qualifying, through the heats yesterday and the earlier pre-final. Now, there is only one more objective. Do your best and give it everything. 14 laps of this SA circuit will be a tough and punishing test for all these young men and women who are just starting out in their international motorsport careers. Aged 8 to 12, it is quite astonishing what these kids can do. And certainly, considering how active I was at the age of 8 to 12, I was still fiddling about with my shoelaces, never mind racing karts around the European circuits. The first round of the IAME Euro Series 2020 is sure to be a cracking, absolutely fantastic battle for our minis in the X30 Euro Series paddock. Finn McLaughlin lining up in pole position alongside his teammate Leo Robinson from the front row of the grid. The two drivers will battle to supremacy into that first corner. On the second row of the grid, it is the Spanish star, Adrian Benito, who will line up on the inside of the second row, alongside the young Swiss superstar, Tiziano Cugnini, who has been very strong indeed for the Spirit Racing team all the way through the weekend. In the third row of the grid, it is the Irishman, Alex O'Grady, who has been charging his way through the field all the way for the entirety of the meeting. And his comeback in the pre-final has been absolutely exceptional. Alex Martinez will line up on the third row of the grid alongside to the outside line. And then in seventh position, it is the local hero, Thomas Casse, that lines up on row 4 of the grid in the Sodi kart run by Treffler Racing. Alongside him on the grid is the Belgian star, Thomas Strauven for the Strawberry Racing team, as he lines up in P8 on the grid. P9 after a front fairing penalty, but what a performance he's had so far this weekend. Cahal Clark starting in 9th position on the 5th row of the grid. He's already turned plenty of heads over the weekend, and from P9, he still has every chance to get to the podium, or perhaps even more. Then in 10th position on the grid alongside him is the Belgian star Thibaut Ramakers, who has always been towards the sharp end of the field in the mini category. This could be the season when he storms his way further forward to the front. On the 6th row, the very talented Spanish star Sandro Perez, who lines up 11th on the grid, and the Monlau Competición driver, definitely with a good chance here. He managed to get to 2nd position in the Winter Cup in Valencia. Here at SA, he could go even further than that. Alongside him on the grid is the talented Spanish driver Hugo Sanchez for the Kart Republic España squad, and he lines up on the outside of row 6. On row 7, it is Edu Robinson to the inside line, and on the outside line, it is Hugo Martiniello. The Dutchman, Sascha van Padbosch, will line up in 15th on the starting grid. Alongside him will be the talented Portuguese driver, Maria Germano Nito, who lines up from the 8th row. On row 9, it is the ever-impressive Belgian superstar, Thibaut Jalard, who always fights with gusto and determination. And he will line up alongside Youssef Martin on the outside line of the 9th row. Rounding out the top 20, it is the very competitive Praga racer from Spain, Luna Flusha, who will line up beside Victor Galmiche, the French driver in the Tony Kart chassis. Next up for the Fusion Motorsport team in the 989, it is the Danish driver Louis Leveau. He's on your screen at the moment. And alongside him is the Spanish driver Denis Kudavali, who's been fighting his way back after a disaster in time qualifying. But Kudavali is fighting back with plenty of speed and determination. On the 12th row of the grid, it is the talented number 940, that is Mick Blankenspor. Beside him is Elio Gilter in the 971. And on the 13th row of the grid, it is Bosco Arias, who is still fighting back after his run in the second chance heat, alongside the Frenchman Clement Outran, who's had all sorts of misfortunes in the latter stage of the meeting, but he still has a good chance to fight his way back to the front. Then it is Billy Jordan van Staveren, a great debut for the Dutchman in the Fusion Motorsport team. He lines up on row 14 alongside Thomas Pradier. And then on the 15th row of the grid, it is young Thomas Behrman, as he charges his way forward for the KR Sport team alongside Jules Avril, as he is going to be there in 30th on the grid. The final 6 drivers in is the Armenian superstar Daniel Dalakian. He will line up beside the Swiss star Hector Gerling, who's been charging all his way through the weekend. His drive in the second chance heat was exceptional,
and it's going to be interesting to see what he can do from the 16th row. Then in the final 4 drivers in are Hugo Marti for the E and TMC Motorsport squad, alongside the Frenchman Matteo Davergne, who will be there in the energy kart. And then on the back row, it is Roman Kamiab. So much bad luck in the pre-final, but storming his way through the field before that, making up over a dozen places in the pre-final. Let's see if he can do a similar job in this final. And alongside him on the grid is the talented Frenchman Louis Cochet. Very unfortunate to retire from the race in the pre-final, but giving it good guns before then. So the drivers are in position on the starting grid. They will obviously leave the grid and continue on their out lap and then their formation lap. The sighting lap's very important to build up to this final 14 laps around the circuit to come, 17.01 kilometers. The longest race of the weekend for our mini drivers. They all come with various degrees of experience, knowledge, and exceptional talent. Now they've got to do what they came here to do. Push to the limit, drive like you meant it, and hopefully they will end up on the podium at the end of it all. But these drivers really have got what it takes at international level. They have proven beyond any doubt that they have the right to be here to represent their countries, their families, and their teams. They have done an absolutely amazing job to get to this point. SA is no lean circuit to go up against the elements of, and every single one of these drivers has earned their place on this grid. They have been absolutely exceptional throughout. Nobody can take that pride and that passion away from them. Now it is time for them to enjoy themselves at the limit as they push for victory. The other brilliant thing, of course, about this Aulnay-le-Bois circuit is that anything can happen here. Many times we have seen it. You've only got to look back to when the FIA European Championships were here back in 2018. One of the craziest senior finals that we've ever seen took place on this very circuit 2 years ago. Very nearly 2 years ago to the day, in fact. But it's great that the IAME Euro Series comes to SA with one objection. A great show. And we're certainly going to get that from the minis in this final. McLaughlin and Robinson on the front row of the grid. Benito and Kuznini on the second. O'Grady and Martinez on the third. From Kansay and Strauven, Clark and Ramakers, Perez and Sanchez, Robinson and Martiniello, from Van Bosch and Nito, Gillard and Martin, Flusha and Galmiche, Leveau and Kudavali, Blancaspor and Gilter, Arias and Utran, Van Staveren and Pradier, Behrman and Avril, Dalakian and Gerling, from Marty, Dauvergne, Kamiab and Cochet. The 36 drivers are in position now, and they will be under starters' orders when the procedure is complete. But what an incredible array of drivers. Coming up with the Driver of the Day award is going to be very hard indeed. That is a fabulous title for this season. The drivers on the top 3 of the podium will obviously get their trophies as usual, but there will be a 4th name to head to the podium after the race as well, and that will be the Driver of the Day award, as discussed and chosen after each race by... very gratefully, I have to say, very flattered, myself and the race director, Martin Bean, both having to make that decision. Not the easiest of decisions to make when you've got so many drivers in the field that are worthy of it. And there are so many names, even within this one field of Mini X30 drivers, who are deserving of the honour and the accolade, whether they get to the podium or not. It's always going to be very interesting to see who gets it. But obviously, it will be an interesting battle and a very tough race ahead. The sun comes out over the Aulnay-le-Bois circuit here at SA, just in the nick of time for a brilliant race in front of us. 14 laps of this circuit here at SA for the first round of the IAME Euro Series 2020. It is the 4th full-time campaign of this category, and a fantastic battle it has been for them all. And we're really excited to see how they get on in the 2020 season, as we obviously have a full calendar prepared and ready for the action. SA is the first round of the championship, of course. Valencia in second round of the championship next month in August. We're due to go to Castelletto in Italy in September before finishing the season in October at our good friends at Marienburg in Belgium at the Karting de Fagnes circuit. A solid season of racing in the IAME X30 Euro Series. It may have been a little delayed due to the current world situation, but we are back and we are racing in full spirit and eager competition. The drivers and teams have prepared everything to the best of their ability and knowledge ahead of this race. Now it is down to the young men and women on the grid in their first, some of them, major international test as they go up against the best of their kind here at SA in France. So a full capacity 36 kart grid as the drivers wait in anticipation for the signal from the officials to send them round on their sighting lap. And when they get that, they will explore the circuit for the penultimate time before racing. Then, of course, once they complete the sighting lap, they will do a formation lap around the circuit, where the objective is to build up temperature to its optimum in the tyres and brakes. And then once they will form up in their 2 rows of the grid again, it will be up to race director Martin Bean again to ensure that the drivers are in their rows correctly as they come out of the final turn. Once they're in their corridors and everything is hunky-dory, the lights will go out and we'll be racing in fantastic style. 14 laps here at SA for the X30 Mini IAME Euro Series 2020 final for the first round of the series. It's going to be a fascinating battle as our youngsters aged 8 to 12 will race for glory. The final call will go up at the front of the grid. The green light comes on and the drivers will now get their way around the course. It is time to go racing in the IAME Euro Series 2020 X30 Mini Final for the first round of the series. Finn McLaughlin and Leo Robinson from Adrian Benito and Tiziano Cugnini, Alex O'Grady and Alex Martinez, Thomas Cansey and Thomas Stralvan from Cathal Clark and Tibor Ramakers, then Sandro Perez and Hugo Sanchez, Eddie Robinson and Hugo Martiniello from Sasha Van Bosch and Maria Germana Nito, Tibor Jalard and Yusuf Martin, Luna Flusha and Victor Galmiche, Louis Laveau and Dennis Kudevali, Mick Blankenspor and Elio Gilter from Bosco Arias and Clement Outran, from Billy Jordan van Staveren and Thomas Pradier, Thomas Behrman, Jules Avril, Daniel Dalakian, Hector Gerling, Hugo Marti, Matteo de Vergne, Roman Cambiab and Louis Cochet. So obviously they have 2 laps around the circuit to explore the elements, and fortunately everybody has been able to get away from the starting grid, so nobody is in dire straits just yet. A couple of them getting off the grid a little bit late, which means that they obviously have until the red line to get themselves back into their original positions. Otherwise they will have to obviously form up at the back. A tiny bit of a sluggish start from Finn McLaughlin, but he's still in the pack, so should be able to take his place at the front of the grid without too many dramas. But it's definitely going to be an entertaining race here. We've got so many drivers from all 4 corners of the globe as they battle away for victory here at SA. And the pride of European racing is going to make its way around the circuit across these 14 laps with some good overtakes, some decent duels, and some proper no-holds-barred race action. The winner will be the one that rightfully gets to stand on the top of the podium. So as the X30 Minis make their way around the circuit, the drivers warm up the tyres and brakes as Finn McLaughlin takes his place at the front end of the grid alongside Leo Robinson, Adrian Benito and Tiziano Cugnini on the second row from O'Grady, Martinez, Cansey, Stralvan, Clark, Ramakers, Perez, Sanchez, Edu Robinson and Martiniello from Van Bosch, Nito, Jalard, Martin, Flusha and Galmiche, and incredibly, another 16 drivers behind them who all feel they can charge their way through. McLaughlin on the inside line, Robinson on the outside line. This is the race they've all come to see in the minis, and the final is about to get underway. It's going to be a brilliant start at the front from McLaughlin. Straight in there from Benito into second place. A little bit of a sluggish one from Robinson, but O'Grady has launched his way into third position. The Irishman immediately having a look at second place as he tries to go side by side by Benito, and he's going to get there, is he? Tries to hold him down on the outside line, runs a little bit deep, and Robinson gets back through into third position, but the field storms its way through the first few corners, and there's a couple of drivers going wide there off the circuit. One of them in the background, I think that's Dalakian, who's gone a little bit wide and drops further down the order, I'm afraid. So Daniel Dalakian not having the greatest of starts there as he drops back in position. But a fascinating battle as the drivers work their way back through on the main part of the circuit now into the third sector. And McLaughlin's got a beautiful gap. Is that Robinson back into second place? Yes, it is. So Robinson's got through into second place now. Third place, that looks like Alex O'Grady, the Irishman, who's rocked his way through to the top end of the field. Obviously channeling his performance at the IAME International Finals last year when he took the victory in the Minim category. This is Mini 60. It's a step up. So he's obviously got to try and keep that bandwagon rolling. But it's Fusions 1, 2, and 3. What a move there from the 911 Cathal Clark, making up another couple of places as he gets into there in the second corner. And that puts him up into P5. Good bit of driving as he managed to take on Cugnini and Martinez in one fell swoop. And now he's closing up on Adrian Benito in the Praga. The way this is going, it could be 4 Fusion drivers at the front, because now it's just Adrian Benito that stands in the way of a complete eclipse of the top 4. field continues on its way around, still pushing very hard and firm. It was Martin Yellow that had the problem on the first lap, not Daniel Dalakia. My apologies there to the Armenian, but Daniel Dalakian still going well in the middle of the field, as Hugo Martin Yellow is the one who struggled in the early stages of that race. Kamyab's up 4 positions already. Gilter's coming through the field, as is Flusha and Laveau. Gilard's going well as well. So a lot of drivers making up good places in the opening couple of laps of this one. And we're into lap 3 of 14. So far, so good. The race action still very close indeed up at the front end of the field, as McLaughlin holds the lead from Robinson and O'Grady. Then it is Benito. Oh, that's Billy Jordan van Stammeren. Billy Jordan van Staveren under investigation there by the look of it. That is unfortunate. If he has come out of the corridors just a little bit too early, that could result in a penalty for the young gun. That is unfortunate. But there's not really a lot that can be done now. Just shake it off and get on with it. There could still be a decent result in the offing. So McLaughlin, Robinson, O'Grady. Up to 5th place now has come Cathal Clark behind Adrian Benito. And he's certainly trying to storm his way through for a decent result. As they come over the line, this is going to be an interesting one, as into their first corner, Robinson is already giving plenty of aggression to McLaughlin, and that is a retirement, unfortunately. That is the 990 that's gone off there, I do believe, or is that Clement Outran in the 980, actually thinking about it? No, it is the 990, it's Bosco Arias, and that's the 955 gone as well. What an unfortunate day at the office for Roman Kamyab. Kamyab has gone off at the hairpin. Such a shame. Roman Kamyab's been one of the stars of the weekend, charging his way through from the back on a couple of occasions this weekend. But it's just not to be here at SA. But he can shrug it off and come back for the next one in Valencia. Yellow flags down at the hairpin. And that's the battle, as McLaughlin's going to lose out twice. First to Robinson and second to O'Grady round the outside. Brilliant from the two of them. Robinson goes up to the front. O'Grady comes up to second. And at the same time behind them, Cathal Clark has come up to 4th position. Roman Kamyab just watching his teammates now for the rest of this one, unfortunately. As up the inside. Oh, goodness me. Looked like the medical crews were coming across to double check something going on at the far side of the course. Because obviously we seem to have lost a couple of the drivers from the race. Bosco Arias and Roman Kamyab are investigating what's happening out there. Yellow flags are out at that point of the course. Finn McLaughlin is out in front. Robinson in second. O'Grady in third. And Cathal Clark is now in P4. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the squad. As in 5th place is Benito. Then it's Kuznini. Thomas Kansay doing well. 8th position for Martinez. Perez, Kudavali, Sanchez, Ramakers, and Gillard. Gillard is going well. As up the inside comes Robinson. Robinson goes for the move. O'Grady trying to look at it as well. And who's that in 4th? That's Cathal Clark trying to make his impression. Really solid performance from the top 4 drivers. Benito, is right in there in 5th position, as well. As the field works its way down on the far side. But Robinson is out in front now. He has won pretty much everything up until the pre-final, which was won by Finn McLaughlin. But Robinson is still a very experienced driver compared to his rivals up front. They are still learning their craft in the IAME Euro Series. Robinson has a year of experience underneath his belt. So Finn McLaughlin giving him plenty of pressure. 2nd place. 3rd place is Alex O'Grady. And in 4th place, Cathal Clark. The driver's doing an absolutely fantastic job at the front end of the field here. As the race continues on, Clark is having a look on the inside of his teammate O'Grady for 3rd position. And Clark is going to get there. Nice move on the inside in the left-hander. So he storms his way up from what is now 9th on the grid to 3rd position. Great comeback drive from Cathal Clark. He's really put on a good show here. As out of the final turn and down the straight, some good movements as Strauven passes Gillard. Clark having got past O'Grady, of course. And Sanchez has got past Ramakers. And then Laveau and Outran still battling away for position out there. A really exciting run as Robinson holds the lead out in front of McLaughlin. Then Cathal Clark is 3rd. 4th is O'Grady. Then 5th place is Benito from Kuznini, Kansay, and Martinez. The 931 is going well. That's Sandro Perez. Dennis Kudavali has shot his way up the order as well into 10th position. He is doing an absolutely sensational job, Dennis Kudavali. Now in the top 10. And the battle going strong here for Robinson. Out in front of McLaughlin. Cathal Clark is 3rd. O'Grady is 4th. Then it is Benito in front of Kuznini, Kansay. Perez up to 8th now in front of Martinez and Kudavali. So Kudavali driving a sensational race here as he comes up to 10th position. So into the first corner. And this is going full guns blazing for the drivers up in the front end. Robinson and McLaughlin still out in front. Clark in third position. O'Grady is fourth. From Benito, Kuznini, Perez, Cansey, Martinez and Kudavali from Strauven and Gillard. Best racing I've seen for a long time from Kudavali and Gillard today. They're really charging their way through. Kudavali having made up a whole host of places, and Thibaut Gillard continuing in that magnificent stance of his. Now in 12th position, actually. Clement Outram coming through the field as well, now up to 14th. And Sacha Van Bosch getting himself in the battle as well. Dauvergne has made up a lot of places, which is good to see. So the drivers continue to charge their way forward. Out through the chicanes and through the hairpins. Robinson going well in front of McLaughlin. Out of the final turn. McLaughlin's got a good run on him as they come over the start-finish straight. Is McLaughlin going to continue to edge away? Clark in third position from O'Grady. Benito, Kuznini, Perez, Cansey, Martinez, Kudavali, Strauven and Gillard. With Ramakers in 13th from Clement Outram. Some great battles through the field in this one as the drivers continue to stamp on the brake pedal. Gillard defending well here in the midfield. I just saw him going through, trying to avert the attack from Thibaut Ramakers, his countryman. And Sacha Van Bosch going well in 15th position as well. They come through the top end of the circuit. A really exciting display from the competitors as they continue on full pelt. But Finn McLaughlin still tucked up there in behind Leo Robinson. A very exciting run for the drivers as they continue to put on an excellent show here. So the competitors come out of the final turn. And this is Finn McLaughlin making his bid to come through. So we will see a very exciting run. When is McLaughlin going to make his bid to come past? That's going to be the key element here. 5 laps to go. McLaughlin, Clark, O'Grady, Benito, Kuznini and Perez. Dennis Kudavali running well in 10th position. You've got to give it to Thibaut Gillard here as well in 12th position. He's battling his way through the field very nicely. He's got a lot of drivers around him at the moment, but they're doing a fair job in the midfield. He's definitely a standout performer. Ramakers has got past him, but there's a whole host of drivers behind who have not yet been able to crack that whip. So through comes Leo Robinson in front of the 963 of Finn McLaughlin. So Finn McLaughlin doing a fair job there as they run in position through the chicanes and through the S's. Clark is there in third position from O'Grady, Benito, Kuznini, Perez, and then it is Martinez in 8th position in front of Cansey and Kudavali. Strauven doing a fair job in front of Ramakers and Gillard. And then it is Sacha Van Bosch in front of Clement Outram. 4 laps to go. This is when the battle's really going to start getting interesting. As in position now, Leo Robinson is starting to defend. 4 laps to go. He knows how close the victory is, and he's starting to move to cover. So Finn McLaughlin starting to get a little bit impatient here in second place. Cathal Clark's not far away in third. This race could still come to any one of the 3 drivers out there. But it's going to be an interesting 3.5 laps to decide who's going to get it as the sun disappears back behind the clouds, casting an eerie shadow over the circuit. When's Finn McLaughlin going to make his move on the inside of Robinson? Robinson protecting that inside line very well. Clark is gaining ground on them all the time. But that final lap is going to be when it really starts to raise the rafters. They've done all the conservation they need. They've looked after the cart as much as they can. Now for the last 3 laps, it's all or nothing. The drivers still putting on a fair show here as they continue on their way. Some good racecraft from the competitors. They're still pushing on. McLaughlin is waiting for his moment on Robinson. 3 laps to go, but Leo is still holding that crucial inside line, not letting it get away from him. Some really exceptional performances in the mid-pack. It's tough trying to keep an eye on the leaders as well as the midfield battle because there's some absolutely terrific wheel-to-wheel stuff going on in the middle of that pack. But there is the 903 in front of the 963. Robinson and McLaughlin doing well in front of Cathal Clark in third. Is the 963 McLaughlin going to make his move? He certainly needs to dial in towards it. Can't be too long before he gets very irritated indeed, stuck behind Robinson. Needs to make his move stick as smoothly as possible. He's got to be very careful. Across the line. This is the opportunity on the inside line. Now Finn McLaughlin's going to take it. He gets into the lead, Bas Robinson, with 2 laps to go. That could be the ultimate move of the race. If he's timed it right and can bolt away from Robinson, that might be all she wrote. And now Clark has caught right up to the back of Leo Robinson. So Cathal Clark is going to try and make his bid to come through. Robinson protects. Clark is still there, third position. Adrian Benito's fallen back now behind Kuznini. So Kuznini into 5th position. Benito down the order. As the drivers continue on their way through. That midfield battle really is going well. Thibaut Gillard making up a couple of places. Yellow flags are out again. Up at the hairpin. So I'll have to see what... Oh, that is Gilter. That's Elio Gilter. So Gilter's got off there on the way into the left-hander on the penultimate lap, and he's absolutely furious about it. Poor Elio Gilter. He's been working so hard over the course of the weekend. But as we go into the last lap, this is it now for McLaughlin and Robertson. Cathal Clark is still there in 3rd position. He's in a perfect position to counter-attack these two. Robinson makes his bid on the inside of McLaughlin. The two drivers run wide. They're side by side. They actually nudge each other. And Robinson goes wide off onto the grass. Robinson is denied victory. McLaughlin is now battling away with Clark. O'Grady is in the mix there in 3rd as well. So McLaughlin, Clark and O'Grady will contest the victory down to the bottom end of the circuit. Robinson, unfortunately, recovers down the order. He would have loved to have been fighting for the victory, but now it's these three that will do so. McLaughlin, Clark and O'Grady. Has McLaughlin done enough? O'Grady still trying to work his way on the inside line. Clark has one final roll of the dice if he gets a good exit, but I think McLaughlin's done all he needs to. Clark and O'Grady will follow him across the line, but Finn McLaughlin is going to take the victory in front of Clark and O'Grady. Brilliant results. And it's an eclipse of the podium for the Fusion Motorsport squad. Absolutely sensational racing throughout. A really exciting battle and an incredible duel. They have put on some absolutely sensational performances through the race there. But Finn McLaughlin has done the business. It was a tough race. Cathal Clark congratulates his teammate. What a day. What a race for Finn McLaughlin. His first major appearance in the IAME Euro Series, and he has triumphed. Finn McLaughlin takes the victory in front of Cathal Clark and Alex O'Grady. Tiziano Kuznini is 4th in front of Adrian Benito and Sandro Perez. Thomas Kansay and Dennis Kudavali from Thomas Strauven and Alex Martinez. Leo Robinson is 11th in front of Thibaut Gillard. In 13th position, it's Louis Leveau in front of Clement Dutran, Thibaut Ramakers and Matteo Dauvergne from Sacha Van Bad Bosch and Thomas Behrman, Hugo Sanchez, Hugo Marti and Maria Germano Nito from Youssef Martin and Mick Blankenspor. Luna Flusha is 24th. 25th position goes the way of Hugo Martiniello from Victor Galmiche, Louis Cochet and Eddie Robinson from Hector Gerling and Jules Avril. Then Billy Jordan van Staveren, Thomas Pradier, Daniel Dalakian, and the non-finishers are sadly Elio Gilter, Bosco Arias and Roman Kamyab. What a fantastic final here in the Mini X30. A really exciting race and an amazing battle. A long conversation, a very exciting one, obviously, between myself and race director Martin Bean, as we have a decision to make, obviously, at the end of every final in terms of driver of the day. We have made our decision collectively. We have to give it to Dennis Kudavali. What a fantastic job from him to come from dead last in qualifying to fight his way through to 8th position at the finish. It is an absolutely exceptional drive from him over the course of the weekend. He has fought back valiantly and has never given up, never really ended his charge. It's been an amazing performance. So our driver of the day in the Mini X30 is Dennis Kudavali. Next up, we will head to the podium where we will greet our top 3 drivers and our driver of the day. So now we are ready to greet the drivers onto the podium after a fantastic Mini X30 final here in the IAME Euro Series 2020 season opener at Onnet-le-Bois in SA in France. We shall welcome the podium drivers now. In third position for Ireland, Alex O'Grady. And in second position for the United Kingdom, Cathal Clark. And our race winner, also for the United Kingdom, Finn McLaughlin! And in reference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. Congratulations to our three drivers on the podium, and we will ask them to lift their trophies. In third position for Ireland, Alex O'Grady! And in second position for the United Kingdom, Cathal Clark! And your race winner for the United Kingdom, Finn McLaughlin! And we ask our three drivers to pose for the photographs. Our photographers are here at the side of the podium. But in doing so, we also welcome our driver of the day to the podium for Spain, Denis Coulibaly! A fantastic result for Denis. Give it up for our driver of the day as he lifts his trophy on the podium, Denis Coulibaly! Congratulations to our drivers for the Mini X30 final. We wish you all the best, and we will see you again at the second round of the championship at Valencia. Ladies and gentlemen, your Mini X30 podium from SA! Congratulations. We welcome our drivers back down from the podium. Thank you very much indeed. A fantastic performance here at Onnet-le-Bois in the Mini X30 final. Next up, the Junior X30 concludes. Well, a fantastic conclusion to the Mini X30 final. Great to see our drivers on the podium. A short word about the driver of the day. It was always going to be a very close one. Denis Coulibaly awarded the prize after an exceptional effort. There were so many drivers who deserved a little bit of a mention, though. Matteo D'Auvergne, in particular, did a fantastic job in the final, starting from the back of the field to charge his way through to 16th position at the dais. Thibaut Gillard, so much consistency and strong performances through the weekend as well. Definitely deserving of recognition. It was always going to be very, very close, but we will have the Mini X30 drivers return to us again when we go to the second round of the championship at Lucas Guerrero in Valencia. Next up, the Junior X30 final. So the Junior X30 final is about to get underway here at Ornay-le-Bois in SA. A fabulous race this should turn out to be, especially considering all the battles we've had between the 33 drivers that will take to the grid over the course of the last 48 hours. Right from time qualifying, the show has been exceptional with these guys, and I have no doubt at all that the fever pitch conclusion is going to give us plenty to talk about as we start the IAME Euro Series in earnest. This is the chance for Santiago Valve on pole position, the Spaniard with a real chance to put on a bit of a stinking song and dance out here at SA as he lines up on pole position after a brilliant run in the pre-final. Alongside him on the grid is the British star Freddie Spindler, who concluded his IAME Euro Series campaign in 2019 with victory in France. He might just be able to do the same job again as he starts his campaign in 2020. Third position on the grid, it is Ollie Greenall, having been super quick over the course of the weekend. Now he starts from the inside line of the second row with a genuine chance to progress even further forward. Bart Harrison lines up alongside him on that second row of the grid. And off the back of his victory at Valencia in February, this young man has plenty of speed and determination under his right foot. On the third row of the grid, it is Marcus Luzio, the leading seed, fifth position on the grid as he goes to the inside line of the third row, always managing to find himself back in contention and genuinely one of the contenders for the driver of the day as well. Sixth position on the grid, Herolin Neradini. A fantastic performance from the German ever since time qualifying when he put it on pole position by just 0.003 of a second. Now he has a genuine chance to go one better and put himself into the top of the podium in the final itself. Seventh on the grid for the young British charge, Daniel Ginchard, who has been fighting fit all the way through the weekend. A really exciting run from the KR Sport driver. Consistency and solidarity has always been his watchwords through the weekend. He didn't let the fact he was 16th in time qualifying get him down. He's dug deep and found resource and sagacity to put him at the front end of the field. Alongside him on the grid is Aaron Walker. A very difficult day at the office yesterday, but boy, has he fought back into contention. A brilliant run in the pre-final. 8th position on the starting grid for the final itself. Who knows where he's going to finish up? 9th on the grid, it is the superstar Japanese driver Kanato Lee, who genuinely is looking like the young pretender to the crown of Takuma Sato in years to come. He is there on the 5th row of the grid on the inside line, alongside the Spanish charge Paul Cayos in the number 43. The best kart chassis for the FA Racing Spain squad. Outside the top 10, plenty of talent to talk about there as well. Andy Rattel, the Frenchman, lines up in 11th position. Another candidate for driver of the day, considering his incredible performances this weekend. Alongside Ruben Volt, who was unbeaten yesterday. Pole position in the pre-final. Really struggled, but if anybody's going to fight back and get the victory anyway, it's going to be Ruben Volt. 13th on the grid is Yannis Steven Haydens, the Belgian, and alongside him will be the French star for the Kart Pro Racing team, Romain Andriolo, in the number 37, using local knowledge to his benefit all the way through the weekend. The new recruit at Dan Holland Racing, Mikai Singh, is next up on the grid as he lines up on the 8th row on the inside line, and beside him is another driver genuinely in contention for driver of the day, Archie Walker, the Argenti Motorsport squad's only representative here this weekend, and he's definitely put on a show. Struggling in time qualifying, but he's fought his way through with amazing determination. Next up, it is the Thierry Del Rey chassis of the Dutchman Bart Pluch, and he has definitely been plenty of times up at the sharp end. He's in the midfield for this start, but he has one of those abilities to charge his way forward, as does the driver beside him on the starting grid in the Praga chassis, Clarissa Dervich, and that is going to be a very interesting opponent for Bart Pluch on the front, on that side of the grid. She's on the outside line, but definitely with plenty of opportunities to move forward. And when Clarissa Dervich starts making overtaking moves, it's very hard to hold her back. Next up in the mix, it is Nathan Ottink, the Dutchman, who has been very strong all weekend in his new berth at the Dimes Racing team. And he seems to have got on with it very quickly indeed, charging his way through the field in the pre-final. If he can do that again in the final, we'll see him in the top 6. And alongside him on the grid, it is the French star Enzo Calderas, who is going to have a very strong race if anything is to go by. The Kart Pro Racing driver, it's practically his back garden, this place. He knows it very well and has plenty of speed to take with it. Then in behind those two on the grid, it is the British star for the Strawberry Racing team, Edward Pearson. Still very new at this team, let's not forget, but he's settling into the berth very well. And this could be an opportunity for him to showcase his skill and diversity in the middle of a midfield pack. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Dutch representative for the FIA Karting Academy trophy this season, and that is Jaden Tien, who will be making his debut in that category next month at Adria. But before then, he's doing what he does best. X30 racing with PDB in a final. This is going to be interesting to watch. Then next up, it is the British talent for the Dan Holland Racing Team in the number 16, Brandon Templeton, who's been under the radar for the last few months. Now he is really starting to make a name for himself within this team and is putting on a stellar show here at SA. All he needs to do is what he does best. Fight tooth and nail with no holds barred. Beside him on the grid, it is the Spanish charge, Ivan Arias, who will be there for the Kart Republic Spain team. And obviously with the team doing so well with their other driver in Santiago Valve at the front of the field, do not expect Ivan Arias to back down from the challenge here from the middle of the pack. Then behind them, we have the Dutchman Danny Prins, who is going to be a tough one to compete with once he gets going in the Dimes Racing machine. There he is in the 118. And Danny Prins has been fighting his way through the field all the way through this weekend. So expect him to yet again put on a bit of a show. Alongside him on the grid, another driver who I've been favouring very much as a possible candidate for driver of the day. In fact, Ismael Diabate for the Karting Loisir Neuilly squad. Ever since the word go, when he struggled to get a qualifying lap in, he has now been fighting his way through. He's done it 5 times over the course of this weekend. If he can do it one more, he really has been the star of the show. Next up in the mix, we have Julian Bode-Kolarov, another of the local favourites. And he's got an opportunity here to wipe off the difficulties of the weekend thus far and charge his way forward. Beside him is his countryman on the grid, Matthias Lacombe. And then we have Enzo Lacruz, Charles Roussin, Guillermo Delgado, and Ben Doughty, with Benjamin Hovelak rather unfortunately having to start the race from the back of the grid due to his accident in the first pre-final. So the carts are away for the 2 sighting laps. Santiago Valve and Freddie Spindlow on the front row of the starting grid from Ollie Greenall and Bart Harrison, Marcus Luzio and Herolin Neradini, then Dan Ginchard and Aaron Walker from Kanato Lee and Paul Kayos, Andy Rattel and Ruben Volt, Yanis Steven Haydens and Roman Andriolo, then Mikai Singh and Archie Walker, Bart Pluch and Clarissa Dervich, Nathan Ottink and Enzo Calderas from Edward Pearson and Jaden Tien, then Brandon Templeton and Ivan Arias, Danny Prins and Ismael Diabate, Julian Bode-Kolarov and Matthias Lacombe, Enzo Lacruz, Charles Roussin, Guillermo Delgado, Ben Doughty and Ben Hovelak. 19 laps of the circuit to come for the juniors in their final, 23.085 kilometres. This is not going to be an easy race either. The air temperature has crept up to a very subtle 21 degrees Celsius. There is a little bit of a breeze still in the air, but it's sunburn weather for sure. And that means that the tyres are going to be interesting in terms of their tyre management life through this 19-lap race. It will be very difficult for the karts to be kept under control for the entirety of. It will need guts, determination, and pure stamina and stealth from the drivers. Freddie Spindlow from the outside of that second row with a good chance here to take one over Santiago Valve in the final reckoning. There's so many different types of drivers. Santiago Valve is the hunter. He's been very good at forcing his way through to the front with no objection from the opposition able to match it. And that's why he is there up at the front end of the field with plenty of speed and determination. The man in second place, Freddie Spindlow, he's one of these calm and cautious deliverers. He is always able to put himself at the right place at the right time. Now he's right up in the mix on the front row. He hasn't done this by accident. He's measured himself very carefully through the races. And now he's there at the front on merit. Greenall, Harrison, Luzio, Niradini, Ginchard, Walker, Lee and Kaios giving chase. This is going to be a very interesting final. The Normandy countryside will ring to the sound of the Junior X30s in the final. Valve, Spindlow, Greenall, Harrison, Luzio, Niradini, Ginchard, Walker, Lee, Kaios, and it's a false start. Well, that didn't take long for the adjudication to be made on that one. So the drivers come through the first lap with no hesitation from race director Martin Bean. That one definitely needed to be sent round again, as a few drivers in the field were not quite in their formation positions. So obviously it will need to be a little bit more reserved as they come through for this second formation lap. But Santiago Valve alongside Freddie Spindlow, Oliver Greenall and Bart Harrison, Marcus Luzio and Herolin Neradini, from Dan Ginchard and Aaron Walker, Kanato Lee and Paul Kayos, then Andy Rattel, Ruben Volt, Yanis Steven Haydens and Roman Andriolo, from Mikai Singh and Archie Walker, Bart Pluch and Clarissa Dervich, then Nathan Ottink and Enzo Calderas, from Pearson, Tien, Templeton, Arias, Prins, Diabate, Bode-Kolarov, Lacombe, Lacruz, Roussin, Delgado, Doughty and Hovelak. 19 laps ahead of us. A very tough circuit to battle on. But then any race here at Onnet-le-Bois is always going to be a tough one. The drivers come off the final turn in their 2 rows. And now it's about pacing themselves at the start. They come through in fine formation. It looks like it could be a good start, and it is! Away we go! Spinlow's going to get some support from Bart Harrison to edge in front, but he can't quite make it stick, and in fact he's lost out to Greenall and Harrison. So Spinlow down to 4th position as Santiago Valverde hits the front as he did from pole position, and off the circuit goes one of, I think that's Heralin Neradini who's gone off there. He's run a little bit down the order. Yes, indeed, Neradini dropping down. So he's ended up losing about 6 or 7 places as he runs onto the grass. That's definitely not going to help the German move forward. As the field knits its way through as carefully as possible, trying to stay out of trouble on this first lap. And it looks A-OK and green around the circuit through the first 2 sectors. But now the battle is raging between Ollie Greenall and Santiago Valverde in front of him. 3rd place Harrison, 4th place Spindlow. So Oliver Greenall sets off in pursuit of Santiago Valverde. He hasn't got long to do anything about him. He's got just 18 laps to go. So now he settles in behind Santiago Valverde, who is still holding that line through the first corners. And the Spaniard remains intact. This is a rerun, essentially, of the closing stages of the pre-final, as Spindlow has a little bit of a look on the inside of Bart Harrison. Can't quite make the move happen. So he hangs back in position. Down the hill. And in 5th place, that's Aaron Walker. Goodness me, Aaron Walker's charged forward. Where did he start on the grid? That's 8th place, so he's already made up 3 places. Brilliant bit of performance from Aaron Walker. Almost out of contention at one stage of the day. Now he's straight back in it as Spindlow makes his bid on Bart Harrison. Up the inside, the door might still be open for Aaron Walker as off the circuit goes the 80. Unfortunately, that is Matthias Lacombe, and that's big damage to the side pods. And indeed, we've got Bart Harrison now in front of Aaron Walker and Marcus Luzio. So Spindlow got through, but Walker did not, as Greenall now charges up behind Valverde. And a couple of drivers involved in the incident with Matthias Lacombe, unfortunately. So it looks as though we've lost Guillermo Delgado from the fray. And I think we've had another retirement off the circuit there as well. As now Greenall's got into the lead, but Valverde's about to lose out to Spindlow as well. So Spindlow has come through there into 2nd position, and it looks as though Harrison's already started his attack on Santiago Valverde. Meanwhile, we seem to have lost Enzo Lacruz. I think Lacruz has gone off the circuit there in the 3rd sector, and they are approaching that part of the course now. But he's far enough off the circuit that it's no problem as Walker gets through past Harrison, and Luzio round the outside of Harrison. Beautiful move from Marcus Luzio. Took full advantage of the sluggish Mick Barrett racing machine. And Luzio pulls off yet another barnstorming overtake. He was so good at those in 2019, and he does it again here at SA. Beautiful from Luzio. He's so good at these very choice maneuvers that not many other drivers would be able to pull off. But Luzio's right in there, up into P5 now. So Greenall leads the way from Spindlow. Santiago Valverde 3rd in front of Aaron Walker and Marcus Luzio. Then Harrison, Ginchard, Volt, Kanato Lee and Archie Walker's coming through up into 10th position now. Great charge through the pack. So really exciting battle for the competitors as they continue to charge forward through the left and through the right. This is going to be an interesting and very intense battle as they climb up the hill once more to complete the 4th lap. So we've lost Charles Roussin and Matthias Lacombe. Lacruz has kept going, so it was Charles Roussin that went off the course. Matthias Lacombe had already picked up plenty of damage, so that's why he's out of the race. So now just 31 drivers remain. Lacombe and Roussin are the race retirements. And unfortunate for Charles Roussin, who's had problems all through the weekend. Yannis Stephen Hayden's getting crowded out there on the far side. And off the circuit, very briefly, there goes Kanato Lee, the Japanese driver. So they've dropped down the order now to 14th and 15th. So it's Archie Walker who's come up, as has Nuruddini, Kaios, Calderas, and Mikai Singh. He's another one to watch for. Now he's up into 13th place. So some pretty exceptional performances in the field. That's Walker and Nuruddini battling away. But this midfield tussle's getting pretty spicy as Kanato Lee now runs in front of Andy Rattel, who's really struggled over this race. Mikai Singh going beautifully as well. But Oliver Greenall now has Freddie Spindlow catching him up. Valverde is struggling to keep up with them, and Aaron Walker is now making his bid to come through into 3rd position. It would be very impressive if he could make his way to the podium. But there are several drivers in this pack that are making some big waves. Enzo Calderas has made up 9 places as well. Let's point that one out. because he's there currently in 11th position from 20th on the grid. A great charge back from Enzo Calderas. So up to the back straight. The drivers continue on their way through. Oh, and that's a retirement. That is Jaden Teehan. Jaden Teehan, the Dutchman. Wow, big problem for Jaden Teehan as now his race is run. What a shame as he's come off there on the exit of turn 4. So the marshals are down there trying to make sure that he is out of harm's way. But Ollie Greenall is in front of Freddie Spindlow as they complete the 6th lap. There goes Jaden Teehan walking off to the sidelines at the marshals' posts. His day is done. And the Dutchman is already fairly fed up. But we'll see him next time out, of course, at Adria when next month he'll be taking on the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And then a couple of weeks after that, hopefully he'll be back at Valencia for the IAME Euro Series. So Greenall and Spindlow. This is just like their normal day-to-day in the British karting scene. Here in Europe, they are still the class acts of the field up front. And Greenall and Spindlow are having a great little battle for position as Spindlow has a look on the inside of Greenall. Greenall is not going to let that gap open up. So Freddie Spindlow is right there, waiting for his moment. He's been very cautious, very timid, and very calm over the course of the weekend thus far, Spindlow. Here he's now going for his move on the inside, though. None of that in the final as Spindlow charges forward and gets the place on Ollie Greenall. This is what we were talking about with Freddie Spindlow. He waits for his moment. He just allows it all to unfold around him. Then, when the iron is hot, he strikes. And it's a brilliant overtake from Spindlow to get into the lead. So, Greenall in second. Santiago Valverde down to third from Walker, as we know. Ginchard's fight his way forward. He's now into 5th position. Some great racecraft in the middle of the pack as well. Benjamin Hovelak is making up some good places, as is both Ottink and Diabate. So some good moves through the field. There's Ginchard in 5th position in front of Volt, Nuradini. And Harrison is now there in 8th position. Whoops! That was Archie Walker just giving him a little nerf as they come into the braking zone. And they're in 10th position. That is Marcus Luzio from Mikai Singh. Mikai Singh's doing a sensational job here in 11th place. Really good performance as he charges his way through, picking them off one by one. But out in front, it is Freddie Spindlow. A great performance from him so far, as Spindlow continues his way back through the field. Ruben Volt's doing well as he comes up the order. Walker and Luzio have both managed to get past Bart Harrison up at turn 4, and it looks as though Mikai Singh might be the next one in to have a crack at it. But Freddie Spindlow leads Oliver Greenall by just about 2 kart lengths at the maximum, which definitely tightens up on the way into the braking zone. Greenall closing in, Valve in 3rd, Walker dropping back a little bit in 4th position. And here's the midfield battle. This is Archie Walker in front of Luzio and Harrison. Harrison really struggling for pace now in this final. Yanis Stephen Haydens is just in behind him, having made the move on Mikai Singh. But as they come across and into the first corner, the leaders are still going strong. Spindlow from Greenall, Santiago Valve and Aaron Walker from Ginchard and Ruben Volt. Then Herolin Neradini and Archie Walker in the mix there as well. Some sensational performances as he continues to fight his way forward. So the number 45 going very strong indeed there. Freddie Spindlow in front of Oliver Greenall. And then in 3rd position it is Santiago Valve from Aaron Walker. And then Dan Ginchard in 5th position. Dropping back a long way from the top 4. It seems that these 4 karts have got the speed to run at the front. And how about this? Santiago Valve has now started catching Spindlow and Greenall once again as they continue to charge forward. Harrison and Stephen Haydens are really struggling as they have lost ground. Oh, we've got somebody slowing. Someone's slowing in the middle of the pack there. I think it's Ben Hovelak. Hovelak was struggling on the exit of the apex there, so I think Ben Hovelak has lost some ground. We've lost Jaden Teehan, Matthias Lacombe and Charles Rossan. And Archie Walker's lost a place to Luzio, but Harrison's lost a few. And then a couple of drivers further down the order are starting to lose ground as well as the midfield battle intensifies. But the top 3 are getting very close together as Mikai Singh makes his move on Enzo Calderas now. A great charge back from Mikai Singh in this race. He's really made good work, as has Calderas himself, of course. So he's made up 9 places. Mikai Singh has up 5. Walker's up 7. Ruben Volt's in 6th position. He's up 6. Ismail Diabate's come up well. He's made up 8 places as well. So a lot of drivers doing a very good performance over the course of the race so far. But we have 8 laps to go. And the final battle is still to come. Spindlow, Greenall, Valve, Walker. Up to 5th now has come Ruben Volt. So Volt has got past Ginchard, and he's got Heralin Neradini right in behind him as well. Then Luzio. Then it is Archie Walker and Mikai Singh. This is a fantastic battle for 5th position. Ruben Volt, Dan Ginchard and Heralin Neradini. 3 drivers who have been ultimately very quick over the course of the weekend, but now they have lost a lot of ground to the top 4. They've got to hope that these guys will all battle for position shortly. And that's Pod Chaos with a warning flag, the 43, who started at the sharp end of the field, of course, in the pre-final, was not able to convert it into a decent result today, thanks to that warning flag that he's been given. Just seen a nice move by Edward Pearson as well. He's made a good overtaking move in the middle of the pack there as he tries to make ground on Ismail Diabate. So he gets through. Ginchard still holding station in front of the 74 of Heralin Neradini, and Neradini makes the move on the inside of Ginchard. So that's a place made. Neradini up into 6th position, past the Brit. Meanwhile, the leading 3 are still pulling clear. Aaron Walker trying to catch them. And this big gap developing from 5th position backwards. So some really good action at the front end of the field, but the top 3 have yet to have their ultimate duel. This is for 5th position. Ginchard having a look on the inside of Neradini. Luzio is right there for the counter-attack as well. Ruben Volt has already started to disappear in 5th position. But Neradini in P6, the German, trying to get away from Ginchard as Luzio's going to try and make his move on the inside of the first corner. And Luzio did get by there on Ginchard as we return to the front 3. Spindlow, Greenall and Santiago Valve. Down the hill. 4th place is Aaron Walker, still in sight. But Spindlow, Greenall and Valve still pushing hard. What can Aaron Walker do from 4th position? It's a good run so far from him. Luzio doing a fair job as well in 7th place, having got back past Dan Ginchard. So this is going to be a very tough race up front. Spindlow, Greenall, Valve, Aaron Walker, Volt, Neradini, Luzio, Ginchard, Archie Walker, and then it is Mikai Singh from Anzo Calderas. Some great performances in this field and some really standout achievers. It's really going to be hard to pick a driver from the front end of the field. Spindlow, Greenall and Santiago Valve from Archie Walker and Ruben Volt. Neradini in 6th place. Luzio in 7th from Ginchard and Archie Walker. And then it is Mikai Singh in 10th position. Spindlow trying to get away from the 2 drivers behind him. Sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to get away. So this is always going to be very tricky in the midsection of the race. There's a great battle going on for 16th as well down the order. We've got Pluch, Ottink and Pearson are all together in the mix. A very good little battle going on between those 3 drivers. Sorry, that's Chaos is in the mix there. Pearson is the one behind them trying to catch up. So some good battles all the way through. But we've got Pluch, Prinz and Chaos, Pluch, Ottink and Chaos, sorry, all in the mix there as they try and battle for position. So some really stellar achievers in this final. 4 laps to go, and Spindlow trying to hang on in front of Greenall and Valve. But Greenall is now stepping up the attack with a new fastest lap. 49.8. Spindlow checks over his right shoulder as Greenall does his own to see if they can get away from Santiago Valve. In 3rd position, the Spaniard doing well. But the 2 Brits are clear in front. And it could be these 2 that will fight for the victory. But Greenall still needs to make a little bit more time on Freddie Spindlow. Otherwise, the Englishman will take his first win of the season in the IAME Euro Series and repeat the feat of Salbury at the end of 2019 when he won the finale there. Now he's hoping to win this season opener here at SA. Across the line, and Spindlow in front of Greenall for 3 laps to go. 1/4 of a second in it as the fastest lap of the race comes again from Ollie Greenall. So Oliver Greenall still pushing hard. But it's a very close run thing as Spindlow is just about the equal in terms of speed of Oliver Greenall at the moment, but he's got to keep pushing. He's got to make sure that those tyres go the distance. Greenall still pushing hard, bouncing over the curbs. He's right in there behind Freddie Spindlow. Santiago Valve 3rd from Walker, Volt, Neradini, Luzio, Ginchard, Archie Walker and Mikai Singh. Through they come again. This is a very solid drive from Santiago Valve, but he needs to really work hard to catch up to the 2 drivers in front. Spindlow and Greenall still having a good run. What about Aaron Walker as well? 4th position for the Strawberry Racing driver. A very solid effort, considering how difficult his weekend has been. 2 laps to go. This is when it's game time, folks. Greenall's going to be pushing hard here on Freddie Spindlow. He will sense an opportunity to go for the victory, and he will not want to go for it. A little bit of a switch there from Spindlow, and Greenall pounces. Greenall makes the ultimate move, and now Spindlow's coming straight back at him. Greenall tries to move across. There's enough space. They nudge each other, and they both go off. They've both gone off. Freddie Spindlow and Oliver Greenall return to the circuit. Santiago Valve is going to get past both of them. Santiago Valve, the Spanish driver, takes the lead. Absolutely amazing on the penultimate lap. And Santiago Valve is going to go past to get the victory. Surely there's not going to be another chance to come back at it for Spindlow and Greenall. Walker is now into third position. He's going to try and take on Spindlow, who'll have dirty tyres. Walker's trying his best to work with Spindlow to get closer to Valve. Walker tries again on Spindlow, can't get through. Now Walker tries a late lunge into the second corner, and Walker gets there into second position. Spindlow and Greenall have at it again, but Santiago Valve's gone. He's disappeared up front. Valve has taken a beautiful lead, and the Spaniard is charging away. Greenall and Spindlow still at it. Greenall up the inside of Spindlow for the podium position, and he gets there into third position. Absolutely amazing, as behind all this, Ginchard has got past Lucio in the last lap into fifth position. But Santiago Valve, what a result for the Spaniard. He bid his time, he waited for it, and at the final turn for Spain, Santiago Valve wins at SA. Brilliant results. Absolutely amazing from Santiago Valve. The hero of the hour for Kart Republic España. Superb from Valve. Walker is second over the line from Greenall. Spindlow is a stunning fourth in front of Ginchard, Lucio, Volt and Archie Walker. But Santiago Valve was right there when it needed him most, and he puts on a spectacular show. Brilliant drive. Viva España e viva Santiago Valve. Brilliant result. What a victory for the Kart Republic driver. Santiago Valve wins from Aaron Walker and Ollie Greenall. Freddie Spindlow in fourth from Ginchard. Lucio and Volt come next from Archie Walker and Enzo Calderas from Bart Harrison. Mikai Singh is 11th in front of Andy Rattel. In 13th position behind them, it is Kanato Lee from Herolin Neradini and Nathan Ottink. Bart Pluch and Paul Kayos from Clarissa Dervich and Danny Prinz. Julian Bode-Kolarov and Roman Andriolo from Brandon Templeton and Ivan Arias. And then Yannis Stephen Haydens is in the mix there as well. In 25th position, Ben Doughty from Edward Pearson, Onzo La Cruz and Guillermo Delgado. The retirements are Ismail Diabate, Benjamin Hovalak, Jaden Teen, Charles Roussan and Matthias Lacombe. So now it is time to welcome the drivers to the podium here at Ornay-le-Bois for the fantastic first round of the IAME Euro Series in the Junior X30 category. What a sensational and sizzling final it has been. So we'll welcome our three drivers up to the podium after a sensational performance, and of course the driver of the day as well. We will start with the driver in third position for the United Kingdom, Oliver Greenall. And in second position, also for the United Kingdom, Aaron Walker. But your race victor today from Spain, Santiago Valve. And in reference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Spain. Congratulations to our drivers from the Junior X30 final. First of all, starting with our driver in third position for the United Kingdom, Oliver Greenall. And to our driver in second position, also for the United Kingdom, Aaron Walker. And to our race victor here in Ornay-le-Bois for Spain, Santiago Valve. Congratulations to our three drivers. We invite you to hold your trophies aloft for the photographers, as they obviously will be all together on the podium. Great to have our three drivers present on the podium here at Ornay-le-Bois. And now we welcome to the podium our driver of the day for the Junior X30 final from the United Kingdom, Archie Walker! A fantastic display from our Argenti Motorsport driver. Archie, your trophy is in front of you, my friend, on the podium. It's a new process for 2020. So, your podium winner and the driver of the day, Archie Walker! Congratulations to our drivers in the Junior X30 final. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Your Ornay-le-Bois top three! Congratulations to our Junior X30 drivers. We invite them to leave the trophies where they are. One more photograph for the drivers, if you please. One more photograph for the drivers on the podium. And then we will move on to the Senior X30 final. So our final photograph for our photographers with the trophies in hands and raised aloft. Ladies and gentlemen, your Junior X30 finale here at SA! So congratulations to our drivers after a sensational performance here at Ornay-le-Bois. And now we move on to the Senior X30 final, which will be getting underway in a few short minutes. This is the finale of this first weekend here at Circuit International Donnay-le-Bois in the gorgeous Normandy countryside, just a stone's throw away from the village of SA. What a wonderful race this is set to be. 22 laps around the circuit here as the 35 drivers that will take to the grid are ready to go battling for supremacy. Pole position will be Callum Bradshaw, who has done everything right up to this point. He has literally taken every chance he has been given, kept his nerve and held his ground. He has won every single session so far this weekend that he has taken part in. Fastest in time qualifying, a victory in each heat, the win in the pre-final. Surely nothing can go wrong. Unless, of course, you're starting alongside the feisty, motivated, determined Guy Cunnington, who is there on the outside of the front row of the grid. And what an opportunity this man has, having converted across from a different brand of karting altogether to come into X30 as a novice, essentially, in 2020. And boy, has he done it beautifully. With the Strawberry Racing team, he has found a new home and a new niche, and he's already a front runner in only his second weekend in the category. On the second row of the grid, it is the superstar Frenchman, Enzo Levesque, in the red speed chassis for Cutting Loisir Neuilly, and he will have an amazing opportunity here on the second row of the grid. He and his rival on that row of the grid, Harry Platten, both showing speed and consistency and great knowledge and dexterity across the weekend. One of these two could well be on the top step of the podium at the very, very most. So on the third row of the grid, two more drivers with a great opportunity to storm forward. The feisty Frenchman Dylan Leger will line up in the fifth position on the starting grid in his Tony kart as he lines up on the inside line. Plenty of experience and knowledge around this circuit and incredible speed here too. Alongside him in the KR Sport, Philip Vava, the Spanish driver, will line up on the outside of the third row. On row 4, it is going to see the Italian star Alessandro Serenetti as he pushes himself into the inside line of the fourth row after an amazing weekend of competition. Beside him is the stalwart of IAME X30 Series Racing, Jordan Brown-Nutley, the man who really is X30 born and bred. And he has got an amazing opportunity here to storm his way to the start of a 2020 season he can be truly proud of. On the fifth row of the starting grid, it is the Spanish star Daniel Nogales, who got the podium at the Winter Cup in Valencia. He wants more than that in 2020, so the Kart Republic España driver will be hoping to emulate his stablemate Santiago Valve, who took the victory in the Junior X30 final a few short minutes ago. Alongside him on the grid is the British star Thomas Fleming of the BMR Zenon squad. That kart is becoming a real world beater these days, and with the likes of Platten and Fleming now firmly in the top 10 in Senior X30 these days, it's not going to be too long before they start winning races as if they were picking off raisins. In the sixth row of the grid, it is Ayrton Fonteca and Ruben Moya, an all-Spanish sixth row of the grid and an all-CRG sixth row of the grid. Two drivers with plenty of ability and incredible motivation to charge their way forward. These two will never back down from the fight. A serious contender for driver of the day in 13th on the grid, Caden McQueen. This team has come from way outside the top 20 in time qualifying to surge their way forward through the heats yesterday. And now McQueen is a firm battler and a definite charge to move his way forward in the standings this weekend. Beside him on the grid, another contender for that accolade, Sean Butcher. He's come out of the second chance heat, for goodness sake. Out of the top 6, he has been very rarely through the course of the weekend, but he's had to fight his way back to supremacy. Now he's on the 7th row with nothing to lose and plenty to gain. On the 8th row of the grid, it is the Dutchman Dan Steenman for the PDB Racing team on the trusty Falcon, and he has been plenty of fast moves over the course of this weekend. Beside him on the grid, it is the Spanish talent for Fusion Motorsport, Maximus Meyer, who has been one of the fastest drivers all weekend. Very narrowly missed the podium in his last encounter in this category. Nearly grabbed pole position in the overall qualifying as well. This guy has what it takes to get it done. Let's see if SA is kind to him. On the 9th row of the grid, it is his countryman, Daniel Mathia of the Praga squad. He lines up in position alongside Sam Balota. The field gets off and underway. Let's play out the last race of the day here at Donnay-le-Bois. Callum Bradshaw and Guy Cunnington from Enzo Levesque and Harry Platten. Dylan Leger and Philippe Vava from Alessandro Sandonetti and Jordan Brown-Nutley. Then Daniel Nogales and Thomas Fleming from Arton Fonteca and Ruben Moya. Caden McQueen and Sean Butcher. Dan Steenman and Maximus Meyer from Daniel Mathia and Sam Balota. Then it's Alejandro Lahoz and Andreas Hebert from Ollie Marsh and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Kevin Stehauer and Pierre Vignevich. Herberts Moore and Sasha Magay from Archie Tillett and Eloy Gonzalez. Luna Claret and Sam Figueras. Joan Ledadal, Danny Benshu, Henki Carteran, Jaime Sands and Tom Rebul. So the 35 drivers continue to battle away for this first round of the IAME Euro Series Senior X30 title fight. The first round of a very long and tough competition. We have SA, we have Valencia, we have Castelletto, and then we have Marienborg. But the way to start a good season is consistently and with a strong result. So all of these drivers know that the pressure is on them to open their account in the best way possible. The grandstands are fairly packed with drivers and mechanics who want to see this main event play out in the gorgeous Normandy sunshine. 23 degrees air temperature now around the circuit as the competitors are ready to bow out here at SA after a truly exceptional performance thus far. Callum Bradshaw, unbeaten this weekend. Will that change in the most important race of them all, the final? Guy Cunnington alongside him on that front row of the grid. Enzo Levesque and Harry Platten, Dylan Leger and Philippe Vava, Serenetti, Brown-Nutley, Nogales, Fleming, Fonteca, Moya, McQueen, Butcher, Steenman, Meyer, Mathia and Balota, with the rest of the field giving chase behind. This is going to be such a tough race to win for Bradshaw because it's the longest race of the weekend, 22 laps and 26.7 kilometres. But if anybody's going to get the job done, it's Bradshaw from the inside line. Cunnington alongside him from Levesque, Platten, Leger, Vava, Serenetti, Brown-Nutley, Nogales, Fleming. Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is, and we're racing straight away. Cunnington chops across on Levesque. Bradshaw moves back to the normal racing line. Levesque tries to get up the inside of Cunnington, and Bradshaw's already got a little bit of a gap as he comes up the inside line. Cunnington through into second place very briefly, but now Leger trying to get his way through. He now slots into fourth position, and Bradshaw has already bolted. He's got a massive lead early doors as the rest of the field storms its way through, trying to stay out of trouble. But as they come down the hill and out onto the far side of the circuit, Callum Bradshaw already has about a second advantage over Enzo Levesque, Guy Cunnington and Dylan Leger. That is astonishing. He's been absolutely meteoric over the course of this weekend, and his absolutely dictatorial stance in the first corner has been amazing. Oh, we've got a stoppage down at Marshall Post 6. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, I think that is, has come to a stop. That is a real shame for the Dutchman. But van der Westerlaken appears to have come to a sudden crawl as his race is... Oh, no, wait, that's Andreas Hebert. That's his teammate. That's Andreas Hebert. So Andreas Hebert, the Dimes Racing machine, is off the circuit there on the approach to the final sector. Meanwhile, there's been some good movement around the course. Harry Platten's gone into fourth past Leger, and Vava's gone into sixth past Fleming. So there's some already rip-roaring racing around the circuit. His Guy Cunnington is falling into the clutches of the drivers further back. Platten trying to come up into third position past the Strawberry Racing driver as he assaults his way through onto the inside. Cunnington holds it round the outside as they canter together. And it looks as though we've had one of the Evolution carts come wide as well. Big battles, 2 or 3 carts coming wide. And it looks like we lost Ollie Marsh into the barriers on the far side. So Ollie Marsh has come off the circuit. Oh, and that's Luna Claret. She seems to be in some discomfort there. So Luna Claret off the cart and out of the race as well. Yellow flags will be down at the bottom end of the circuit. But Callum Bradshaw charging his way forward. Enzo Levesque in front of Guy Cunnington and up to fourth place. That's Arton Fonteca. So Fonteca is now in fourth position. What a drive from the Spaniard so far. Truly amazing performance at the moment. As the drivers continue to fight their way forward, some really strong charges through the field as the drivers are still making some good moves at this point. So Bradshaw from Levesque, Cunnington in third, Fonteca now fourth place in front of Fleming, and then it is Platten in sixth place from Moya, Leger, McQueen and Max Meyer. Brown-Nutley going a reasonable job in 11th place in front of Steenman. There's Luna Claret. She's not happy. And she seems to be supporting her arm there, so hopefully that's nothing too serious. But certainly a rather disgruntled Luna Claret as McQueen and Meyer make their way forward. So McQueen and Meyer both making a move there on Dylan Leger and managing to get through. So a good overtaking move from the two drivers in position, as McQueen and Meyer continue to make their way forward. Ayrton Fonseca going well in fourth position, the Spaniard driving a beautiful race. And there are several drivers in the field to keep an eye on. Sasha Magee is doing a good job as well. He's up to 14th place, really charging his way forward up the order as the teammates now go to battle. Platten on Fleming. So Platten gets through on Thomas Fleming. That's for 5th position as the two drivers continue on their way through the course. But Bradshaw sets the new fastest lap, temporarily at least, until Enzo Levesque shows up and goes slightly quicker still. So Bradshaw, Levesque, Cunnington, Fonseca, Platten and Fleming, then Moya, McQueen, Meyer and Dylan Leger from Jordan Brown-Nutley and Philip Vava. Then Daniel Nogales in 13th from Sasha Magee, who's doing an amazing job here in 14th position. The Frenchman really putting on a good show as the midfielders continue their squabble through the field. And that was very nearly a race retirement for the treble two, just in front of my position there. That was Joel Ederdal going wide there at turn 4. So he manages to get out of that one just in the nick of time. It was a very close call thing for Joel Ederdal. But Max Meyer has now got past Caden McQueen, I do believe. So Caden McQueen is in the mix there, still dueling away with his close rival, Maximus Meyer, who's having a really good day at the office here, the Spaniard. And what a drive it is so far. Up to 8th place for Meyer. A really solid effort. Some good drives all the way through the field, to be brutal, as the drivers continue on their way. So, oh, that's another 2 retirements. Oh, that's 1 retirement at least. It's the 246. That is Eloy Gonzalez. And it looks as though Serenetti's gone as well. So Gonzalez and Serenetti both out of the race in some form. I think Serenetti's pulled off the circuit, because I can't see him having come through. Oh, he's down at the back with Ollie Marsh, I do believe. Apologies. So Serenetti is still going. Marsh in there in 32nd, but we've lost Hebert, Claret, and now Eloy Gonzalez is out of the race as well. So some very dramatic scenes over the circuit in various parts of the course. Lap 6 completed. Bradshaw is still just taking it in his stride. A second clear of Enzo Levesque. So now the battle raging up at the front end. Cunnington still in third in front of Fonseca, Platten, Fleming, Moya, Meyer, McQueen, Leger, Brown-Nutley, Vava, Nogales and Magee. And then Steenman, Stahauer, Sean Butcher doing well from Van der Westerlaken, Mathia, Balota, Vinyevich, Bunshu and Tillett. But Maximus Meyer sets the new fastest lap of the race as he now charges after the 3:22 of Ruben Moya. And he'll know Ruben Moya of old. He's been with him and raced with him several times in the Spanish circuit. So Maximus Meyer will obviously be enjoying himself out there with Ruben Moya over the next couple of races in his career. But certainly here at SA, he's got a good chance to outfox the CRG driver, who is just a little up the road from him at the moment. Bradshaw still the king of the hill here at SA, quite literally, as he plunges down it into turn 2. This place has been so kind to Callum Bradshaw over the years, and it looks as though it's doing him another service here in Fine Vettel. So this has been a really strong performance from Bradshaw. Levesque in second place from Cunnington, Fonseca and Harry Platten. Side by side, that's Dan Nogales trying to get his move on the inside there of Philip Vava. And that's going to be close to sort out, but I'm fairly sure Nogales got there. A very tough race battle as Enzo Levesque tries to close up on Bradshaw, but the gap opening up to 1.2 seconds. It certainly looks as though the Frenchman is still going to be there at the flag in the top 3, though. He's been superb all weekend, Enzo Levesque. And he's been the only one, really, to take a candle to Callum Bradshaw over the course of these last few races of the weekend. He's still there in second place, trying to hunt down Callum Bradshaw. And he's trying to gain the ground. He was 1.2 seconds back at the end of the previous lap. He was only losing a tiny fraction of a second of time. Bradshaw sets the new fastest lap, a 49.240. Levesque, though, does a 49.244. So he is literally only 4 thousandths of a second slower than him per lap at the moment. This is a really strong effort from Enzo Levesque to try and push his way further forward. Guy Cunnington in third position. 4th is Fonseca. 5th is Platten. 6th is Fleming. And then 7th place is currently Maximus Meyer. He did get past Ruben Moya. And he's now onto the tail of Thomas Fleming. So Maximus Meyer knocking on the door of the top 6. Fastest of all in the second sector. Something definitely going really well for him at the moment. So the battle continues to rage. Bradshaw doing a great job here from Levesque, Cunnington, Fonseca, Platten, Fleming, Meyer, Moya, McQueen, Dylan Leger and Sasha Magee, who's now up into 11th place. What a fight this is from Sasha Magee. And the Frenchman on home soil is now just one place out of the top 10. The next man in is Dylan Leger, who's really struggled to match his early weekend pace. They're on lap 10. And what a performance this is from the man out front, Bradshaw from Levesque. This is Guy Cunnington trying to get away from Arton Fonseca. But Fonseca genuinely senses a chance of a podium now for the CRG. And he's in 4th position, having got his way through there from some very skillful manoeuvring in the first 3 laps. Fonseca is now chasing down his rival as Cunnington continues in 3rd. Fonseca in 4th from Platten, Fleming, Meyer, Moyer, McQueen and Leger. From Sacha Maguet, who is doing a sensational job in 11th position now, having made up 15 places thus far, more than anyone else. So Bradshaw, fastest lap. Levesque in 2nd, Cunnington in 3rd from Fonseca, Platten, Fleming and Max Meyer. So the battle continues around this beautiful, picturesque circuit here. The quite beautiful scenes here of Normandy overlook this tranquil circuit. But there's Cunnington, still battling in 3rd position, trying to keep in front of Anton Fonseca. I have a feeling this is a race of 2 halves now because the 2 leaders are long gone. But this battle for the final step of the podium still has plenty of drama left to right. Bradshaw and Levesque go through. Cunnington and Fonseca have dropped a fair way back now as we reach the half distance point. 11 laps done, 11 still to go. So Cunnington in front of Fonseca, then Platten, Fleming and Max Meyer. Ruben Moyer in 8th position from Caden McQueen and Sacha Maguet, who's got into the top 10 now. So Maguet has got past Dylan Leger with Caden McQueen in 9th position just in front of him. There is, you could just about make out Maguet, but that's Max Meyer having got past Thomas Fleming now. So that puts the Spaniard up into 6th position. Maximus Meyer doing a great job here at SA as he now is chasing after the man in 5th position. That's the other Zenon machine of the BMR driver, Harry Platten. So Maximus Meyer having got his way up into 6th position now. Doing a fine job around the circuit and a really fine performance this is. Bradshaw, Levesque, Cunnington, Fonseca, Platten, Meyer and Fleming from Moyer, McQueen and Sacha Maguet. So the competitors continue to charge their way forward and it's a truly sensational performance from the racers in Senior X30. They've really put on a spectacular effort thus far. Some great performances from the competitors out there, and it's really tightening up in the battle behind Maximus Meyer. It's really getting quite tricky as Meyer is in 6th position from Fleming, Moyer, McQueen. And is that Sacha Maguet lining up at the back of the train? Yes, it is. So we've got these 5 carts now squabbling for 6th place. Meyer, Fleming, Moyer, McQueen and Sacha Maguet. So they're all in there together. Maguet is very much close in behind Caden McQueen now. Again, track knowledge very much impressing us here in the Birolart chassis down in 10th position into the first corner. In 11th is Leger, just in front of Dan Nogales. So the race is still going strong. Also Levesque still within about 1.5 seconds at the most of Callum Bradshaw. So Levesque doing well to look after his cart. And that is, oh, Sacha Maguet getting squeezed there by Ruben Moyer. Caden McQueen having got through. But Moyer did not want Sacha Maguet to repeat the feat. And Sacha Maguet now has to have another crack at it, Ruben Moyer, as they come up the hill. So McQueen is 8th, Moyer is 9th, and Sacha Maguet in 10th position in front of Dylan Leger and Daniel Nogales. These 2 battling out for 11th place now. Nogales still trying to find a way past the Frenchman, and in behind is Jordan Brown-Nutley in front of Vava, Stahauer and Sean Butcher. Some exceptional performances all the way through this field. This is for 4th place. This is Fonseca versus Platten, in behind Guy Cunnington, who's still looking good for the podium in 3rd. But is Fonseca going to be able to catch up and pass Cunnington before he loses ground to Platten? You would say it's looking doubtful at the moment, as Fonseca continues to hold station in 4th place, just a whisker in front of Harry Platten. They come down into the right-hander. Back up the climb as Sacha Maguet now does move past Ruben Moyer. He's now up into 9th position, the Birolart driver. He's going great guns here. Daniel Nogales finally gets the move on Dylan Leger as well for 11th position. But as they complete lap 15 into the 16th lap, Bradshaw is still about 1 second and a bit in front of Enzo Levesque. Cunnington in 3rd from Fonseca and Platten. Max Meyer in front of Tom Fleming, Caden McQueen, Sacha Maguet and Ruben Moyer. Dan Nogales is 11th in front of Dylan Leger, and then Jordan Brown-Nutley from Philip Vava. It's a good run from Dan Steenman, Sean Butcher, Kevin Stahauer, Daniel Mathia and Sam Balota in the top 20, along with Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Just the 3 retirements thus far. Andreas Hebert and Luna Claret, as well as Eloy Gonzalez. So an interesting battle continues around this circuit as we are on lap 16. There's Maximus Meyer running in 6th position in front of the 254, the Zenon chassis of the BLMR driver Thomas Fleming. Caden McQueen is 8th, Sasha Magay is 9th, and Ruben Moyer in 10th position as the leaders go into lap 17. And it is very much theirs to lose up front. Bradshaw and Levesque still only separated by a whisker over a second. So Levesque is doing his best to hold station with Callum Bradshaw. But this man, Maximus Meyer, who was the 3rd fastest in time qualifying, has never really been out of the doldrums here this weekend. Oh, that's Sasha Magay making another place up on Caden McQueen now. So Sasha Magay up into 8th. Really good run from the Frenchman as he now storms his way up into P8. Bradshaw doing a grand job here, out in the lead from Enzo Levesque, who is making it a very tidy run in 2nd place. Cunnington still solid in 3rd, trying to get away from Fonteca and Platten. And then we've got these few drivers battling for the lower positions. Meyer in 6th, Fleming in 7th. That is Sasha Magay in 8th position in the Birolart, in front of Caden McQueen and Ruben Moyer. What a drive this is from Sasha Magay as he crosses the line. He's made up 18 places. Started way back in 26th on the grid. And he is now right up in P8 after an amazing drive. Callum Bradshaw, fastest lap of the race. But what a performance this is from Sasha Magay, almost upstaging the race leader at the present moment. Levesque in 2nd from Cunnington, Fonteca, Platten and Maximus Meyer. Thomas Fleming, Sasha Magay, Caden McQueen and Ruben Moyer. Then it is Dan Nogales in front of Dylan Leger. Philippe Varva going well in 13th place from Sean Butcher and Dan Steenman. Jordan Brown-Nutley in 16th position in front of Daniel Mathia and Sam Balota. 4 laps to go for this man though. And he's made it look like child's play. He's now finally starting to drop Enzo Levesque, and that's Archie Tillett. Archie Tillett goes off the circuit, unfortunately, and his race is over. Well, a big shame for Archie on the comp kart chassis. He's tried his best all weekend, but it's just not quite come to him. So despite staying consistent and solid, his race is now done. And he's come off there at turn 6, obviously in the battle with other drivers. You're never going to see a more dejected sight than a driver walking away fairly miserable after what has been a weekend full of expectation and promise, dashed at the last. Cunnington in 3rd, Fonteca in 4th, Platten in 5th, then it's Meyer, Fleming and Sasha Magay now in 8th place in front of Caden McQueen and Ruben Moyer, as we know. This is Sean Butcher trying to get on terms with his teammate Philippe Varva. The Chaos Sport Challenge has not been quite as strong as they would have hoped here at SA. It's never quite been their weekend. They've had flashes of moments of brilliance, but this has all been about Callum Bradshaw and Enzo Levesque up front, the 2 class acts of the field. There's Cunnington in 3rd from Fonteca and Platten. And then Maximus Meyer in 6th in front of Thomas Fleming, who's really struggling to keep Sasha Magay at bay behind him. And Sasha Magay with superior strength in 8th position and clear knowledge of where he's going to put the kart at every opportunity. Fleming is really going to struggle to keep him behind here as we are on lap 20 of 22, so not long left at all of this race. Is there one more place in the offing for Sasha Magay, considering he started back in 26th position on the starting grid? This is a really impressive performance as they come off the final turn. And down towards the first corner once again. 2 laps to go for Bradshaw out in front. Levesque is still not far away, but crucially not close enough as Magay gets the move on the inside now of Fleming. And Sasha Magay moves up into 7th position on the penultimate lap of this Senior X30 final. This is a superb effort and a really solid drive from the Frenchman. So Callum Bradshaw in front of Enzo Levesque and Guy Cunnington. That looks like it's going to be your top 3, barring any major mishaps, although Cunnington is not quite safe in 3rd place yet, because Fonteca and Platten are still very close in behind, and with 1 lap to go, it could all change. Last lap begins for Callum Bradshaw. Into the first corner. No problems at all for him this weekend. He's had some challenge, but certainly not enough for him to be truly worried about it. Callum Bradshaw is going to come through after a fascinating weekend. Fastest in time qualifying. A win in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, a win in Heat 3, and win in Heat 4. Then again in the pre-final earlier. There's nothing this man can't do around Ornay-le-Bois. He's definitely made this place a second home in recent years, and here today he kicks off his IAME Euro Series title race in good form. He looks behind him just to see if Enzo Levesque is still far enough away. He doesn't have to sweat at all here, as out of the final couple of corners, Callum Bradshaw gets back on the power. Out of the final turn, he knows he's won it. Callum Bradshaw wins at Donner-le-Bois. Domination. Thy name is Bradshaw this weekend. Enzo Levesque is second, and third place is Guy Cunnington. A solid effort as Arton Fonseca fights through to fourth from Harry Platten, Maximus Meyer, Sasha Magay, Thomas Fleming, Caden McQueen, and Ruben Moya. But Callum Bradshaw has literally done the clean sweep. It's a tough thing to do around here, and he gets the congratulations from Enzo Levesque, who kept him honest all the way through. But Bradshaw, undefeated here at SA. It's a 1-0 for Callum Bradshaw, who wins the final from Enzo Levesque and Guy Carnington, Arton Fonseca and Harry Platten, from Maximus Meyer and Sasha Magay, Thomas Fleming and Caden McQueen, then Ruben Moya and Dan Nogales. Dylan Leger is 12th position. In 13th place, it is Sean Butcher from Philip Vava and Daniel Mathia, Dan Steenman and Jordan Brown-Nutley from Sam Balota and Moore, Kevin Stahauer and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, Alejandro Lahoz and Danny Bunshu. 24th is Pierre Vignevich in front of Jaime Sanz and Alessandro Serenetti. Tom Rebul is 27th in front of Ollie Marsh, and then Sam Figueres from Joel Edidal and Henke Kalteren. The three retirements are Archie Tillett, Eloy Gonzalez and Luna Claret, with Andreas Hebert out on the very first lap. Very exciting stuff from Senior X30. We will obviously let the drivers come back into the holding area, and then we will conduct the podium and, of course, announce the driver of the day. So now it is time to greet the competitors onto the podium after an absolutely fantastic race in the Senior X30 final here at Onnet-le-Bois. What a thrilling race it has been. So the competitors will now make their way forward. In third position for the United Kingdom, Guy Cunnington! And in second position for France, Enzo Levesque! And your race winner for the United Kingdom, Callum Bradshaw! And in reference to our driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. Congratulations to our three drivers on the podium. In third position for the United Kingdom, Guy Cunnington! And in second position for France, Enzo Levesque! And your race winner from the United Kingdom, Callum Bradshaw! So used to the old protocol, the new protocol is still used for the drivers to get used to. We now have the photographers present for the lifting of the trophies, and we welcome onto the podium your driver of the day for France, Sacha Maguet! A fantastic performance from our drivers. Congratulations to our top three and your driver of the day, Sacha Maguet! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, for our drivers on the podium. Your top three in Senior X30 here at Onnet-le-Bois! Thank you very much to all of the competitors here this weekend. A massive thank you to all of the teams, all of the drivers, everyone here at the Racing Club who have been so warm and welcoming to us. We are so happy to have raced here, and we wish you all the best in your next journeys. To those who are joining us again at Valencia, we wish you all good, safe journeys on the way to Spain. A massive thank you to all of you for watching wherever you are around the world. Thank you, merci bien, et à tout à l'heure!